All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. We are going to get started. So for those of you that are still in the reception, we would appreciate it if you could make it in so that we can go ahead and get started. They switched it. All right, good morning. I'm Teddy Rouge, co-founder of Hive Colab. It is our privilege to host you today. Before we begin, we will open with a word of prayer from John Mwesigwa, followed by our anthems. Could everybody please join me and rise up, please? John?
Let's humble ourselves and pray. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, God Almighty, we bless you, we honor you. We thank you, Jesus, for this day, and we thank you for this event. We entrust every program of this day, and we also entrust all the facilitators, the stakeholders who are here with us. We also pray that, Father, you give us knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We also pray that, Father, through this fellowship, because it's you who began this fellowship, because the Bible says in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, that he who began this great work in us, you take it on to completion. Father, lead us, guide us, and protect us. We also pray for our colleagues who are coming to this venue. Give them journey mercies. We also entrust into your hands the meals of the day. Bless them, and let them be able to nourish our bodies. In Jesus' name we have prayed and believe. Amen.
Please stay standing for the anthem.
Thank you. Please be seated. And now let us begin.
So to open our proceedings formally, it is my pleasure to invite our Executive Director of Hive Colab and the driving force behind everything that you're going to witness today, Ms. Barbara Birungi Mutabazi, to the stage.
I had prepared a very beautiful speech, but it looks like the technology is failing me right now.
Par for the course, par for the course.
Just give me a second. Yes. And the technology worked. Good morning, everyone. It is an exciting day for us. We're very excited to have each one of you here to welcome you all to the Mastercard EdTech Fellowship kickoff. Thank you for taking the time to join us this morning. I want to begin by sincerely thanking our partners at the Mastercard Foundation, our partners at Carnegie Mellon University, Ministry of Education and Sports, every one of our ecosystem partners, our innovators, educators, and investors gathered here today. Your presence reflects a shared commitment to changing education in Uganda. Today marks a significant milestone for us, where we are strengthening one movement that has already begun, one that insists on a future of learning that must be truly inclusive, deeply rooted in our local realities, and intelligibly driven by technology that serves our young people. Uganda stands at a pivotal moment. We possess a vast youthful population, a rapidly expanding digital economy, and an ever-growing demand for quality education. And yet, we are also yet acutely aware of the persistent gaps in access, quality, and relevance. And EdTech offers us a transformative opportunity to bridge these divides and deliver scalable, meaningful solutions to millions of learners across the country. Through this fellowship, we are uniting visionary leaders who are developing practical, context-aware solutions, and these innovators who know the challenges in our classrooms and in our communities firsthand because they've lived them. They are not merely building applications, they are crafting tools that are genuinely going to improve learning outcomes where it matters the most. At Hive Colab, we have repeatedly witnessed the remarkable results that emerge when bold innovators receive the right tools, the right support, networks, and belief. And so over the next 3 years, this fellowship will go beyond funding startups. It will help build a robust and sustainable EdTech ecosystem in Uganda, one that effectively connects promising ideas to capital, expert mentorship, enabling policy, and viable markets. We recognize that no single organization can address the challenges that we have in our education system. None of us can own it on our own. However, lasting change demands authentic, and the key word is authentic, collaboration across government, private sector, development partners, and innovators, and our young people, of course. So today stands as a powerful testament to what begins, or what becomes possible when we align our efforts. As we embark on this journey together, I invite us to keep our focus on what truly matters: real, measurable, lasting impact. Let us remain committed to ensuring that every child, every young person in Uganda, regardless of their location, their circumstances, their background, gains access to quality, relevant learning opportunities wherever they are. Thank you once again for being part of this important gathering, and I am genuinely excited at the richful and meaningful conversations that are going to start in this room, but will continue beyond, and the fruitful results and collaborations that are going to emerge. You are most welcome today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in a warm round of applause to welcome Ms. Barbara Birungi Mutabazi.
I hope all of you had your breakfast. There's coffee outside if you need a little bit of juice to get going. We have an exciting day today. A lot of activities that are going to actually go on. We're going to be soon joined virtually by a special guest to help us kick off this event. But in the meantime, we are going to engage in a little repertoire about the background and the story of how we got here to where we are today. So, Donna, since you've been really fully involved in the process of us getting us here, how long has it taken, how much work, and how many nights exactly did you not sleep during the entire process before we got here?
Well, Teddy, that's really, that's really something. Anyway, so this journey began way back in January 2025 when we did start working on this partnership with the foundation. And it took us approximately, I think, about 9 to 10 months to get to the signing.
It's been a long and thorough process,
Yes.
to be exact.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of co-creation in between there.
Yeah.
Yes, until we got to the actual.
I'm sure you're also involved in the traveling process to go and vet all of these founders.
Of course, I enjoyed Nairobi. I enjoyed meeting some of the different EdTech partners
Yeah.
around the ecosystem and Africa. Yeah, it was good.
We had some really good hosts in Nairobi. I wonder who those were. I'm guessing. Tech team, are we ready with our guest? Okay, we shall continue as we wait for our guest to join us. Yeah.
Our next speaker leads the Mastercard Foundation right here in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Senior Director of the Scholars Program and Acting Director Uganda at the Mastercard Foundation Uganda, Mr. Adrian Bukenya.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, I think we're in the room. It's a pleasure to be here, joining you this morning. To all the government representatives in the room, welcome. To our partners, Hive Colab, and your leadership, led by Barbara Mutabazi. To all your EdTech innovators, our ecosystem partners, members of academia, private sector actors, development partners, and the media, you're welcome. And to my colleagues from the Mastercard Foundation, it's very nice to have you join us here in Uganda. But most importantly, to all the young people who have participated and who will participate in these initiatives and get impacted by them. We're very glad that you can be with us today. This is the beginning of a collective journey to reimagine how technology can serve learning, can serve opportunity, and can serve dignity for Uganda's young people. And we're glad to be on this journey with Hive Colab. So today we're here to move beyond just admiring innovation to backing those who are building it locally. At the Mastercard Foundation, we are executing what we call the Young Africa Works strategy. And the Young Africa Work Strategy seeks to enable 30 million young people, especially young women across the continent, access dignified and fulfilling work by 2030. We're in 2026 now. So we've been on this journey for quite a while, and I'll share with you how we're doing. But more specifically, in Uganda, we are seeking to support 4.3 million young Ugandans, about 3 million of them being young women, to access meaningful economic opportunities by 2030. And we specifically, it would be remiss of me not to say this, but we have a very specific focus on including refugees and displaced persons, as well as persons with disability. 30 million young Africans is what I said the foundation was seeking to enable access, dignified and fulfilling work.
Recording in progress.
As of this year, as of last year actually, I can say we have been able to register about 17.5 million young people accessing work, dignified and fulfilling work towards our goal. So we're almost there. However, we need to accelerate the effort. And this initiative here is one of those that will help us move towards accelerating that effort. For us to enable this to happen, we have to work to support as many young people as possible in Uganda and across Africa to access education and financial inclusion. Now, education is critical. In fact, if not the most critical component in accelerating somebody's pathway to sustainable prosperity. So why are we doing this fellowship? And why are we doing it in Uganda? And why are we doing it now in Uganda? I think it's important for us to answer those questions so that you going forward. So Uganda stands at a critical intersection. We have a very fast-growing youthful population. We do have expanding digital infrastructure, and we have an increasing demand for the relevant learning outcomes. If you put all those things together, then you'll know why you're in the room today. We are no longer asking, can technology support education? We are now leveraging technology as a catalytic enabler to open up learning in and out of the classroom through local innovation. I hope you hear me state local innovation, because it's important that we develop sustainable outcomes that drive innovation where we are, because that's the only way it will remain sustainable. Too often, EdTech is treated as a collection of products. Yeah?
Yes, you can hear me.
This Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship takes a different point of view. EdTech is the vehicle for opportunity. It is a system of actors, a system of policies and practices that must work in harmony together. And EdTech entrepreneurs are not just solution builders. They are system influencers, and they need support to align their solutions to national education priorities. So let us ground ourselves in Uganda's reality. The most powerful innovations here will not come from the global models. They will come from understanding our teachers' constraints and solving for them. Designing a low-resource, high-potential environment. Building for equity, not just access, but meaningful participation. And Uganda does not need imported answers. It needs amplification of local intelligence to include our talent in solving educational challenges. When locally rooted innovation meets thoughtful design and public and private collaboration, technology can help bridge and not widen the educational divides. For impact to be felt, it takes a collaborative effort. So the EdTech Fellowship in Uganda is not a do-it-alone initiative. Yeah? We need the government buy-in. It's critical. We need the private sector actors. We need educators. We need innovators. And dare I say, we need to add storytellers. This will help us transform our ways of learning. As I said, we are accelerating our digital infrastructure in the country. But this infrastructure should complement the technology-enabled learning under the Uganda's new education curriculum. Again, these solutions in EdTech are speaking to our future ways of learning. For our educators to truly adopt EdTech, we need to work with government institutions to test our solutions. Most of our young people learn through these institutions. So if you're making these solutions in isolation, it doesn't serve the greater need. Our solutions need to have as much access as possible. And we need to include the rural areas. We need to include access to people who ordinarily wouldn't be able to access it using regular technology. If they are persons with disability, they need to be able to access these solutions. And so this EdTech Fellowship is seeking to start bridging those gaps. If our solutions can work, for example, in the rural areas, then they can work anywhere in Uganda. So if you solve for the most difficult problem, then you make it inclusive universally. So let's have that in mind as we deliver all these solutions. But active participants in designing the solutions that work. This morning I was listening to the radio, and it dawned on me that when I was learning, the system that was built, the same techniques today as we did many, many years ago. These EdTech solutions are helping us come to today and deal with the realities of the population as we speak. One of the most critical things in how we deliver our programs is ensuring that the environments under which these programs are delivered are safe, to enable young people to participate freely. And really, as we accelerate all these solutions out there online, safety, dignity, and the well-being of the users of these solutions must be a fundamental part of our business models. So we must protect those young people as they interact with your technology solutions. At the Mastercard Foundation, safeguarding standards are upheld to the highest standard to protect the young people from harm, from discrimination, and exploitation, whether in education, innovation, user experiences, or in entrepreneurship. So I'll pause there for a second, just to make sure that we are clear. As we deliver all our programs, we must maintain a safe environment. And with technology, we have to build safeguards within that space to allow for people to access it with the freedom that they require. So let me throw a challenge out there, especially to the fellows. You're not here because your ideas are safe. You're here because your ideas have the potential to challenge the existing models of education and demonstrate to our decision makers and to the system that we indeed can transform the learning experience in Uganda through technology and enabled innovations. You must be bold because you're shifting a mindset. I told you I learned 30 years ago in a different system. That system, entrepreneurs are being accelerated under this fellowship, will receive equity and some funding. This program goes beyond this. Yeah? It will allow the fellows to gain access to global and regional expertise, deep mentorship, learning science and impact measurement support, pathways to scale sustainably within Uganda and beyond. To the first cohort of this event, and I declare officially the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship in Uganda officially kicked off. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a speech that encompasses just about everything that we're about to actually get done. The number one thing that I took from that speech was build boldly. And that's what we are going to be here to revolutionize the EdTech ecosystem in Uganda. We are very, very proud to be partnered with the Mastercard Foundation. Thank you so much, Adrian. And if tech allows, I think we are now joined virtually by a colleague whose partnership has been central to making this program a reality. Please direct your attention to the screen as we receive opening remarks from Director of Center of Innovative Teaching and Learning at the Mastercard Foundation, Ms. Wariko Waita.
Thank you. I hope everybody can hear me, and I would just like to thank my colleague, Adrian Kenya, for those wonderful remarks.
You see, the thing about technology
getting us started
is sometimes you have to wait on it. And you have to be patient with it. It has a personality. Sometimes it wants to work with you. Other times it fights you. But in the end, if you're patient, you end up winning. And that's actually a lesson to all of the founders that are going to be in the first cohort, is that frustration is going to be part of your journey. Everything you try might not work out. But the key thing is that you continue trying, you continue testing, you continue building. As Adrian said, you must test rigorously. Not everything is going to actually be able to be delivered. Not everything is going to work from the first try, but you must test and continue building. And as you know, in technology, you must build quickly and iterate often. Like I said, if you're patient.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, fantastic. All right. First, let me start by thanking my colleague Adrian for those wonderful remarks and for getting us started, and to thank all of you for being in the room today. Let me start by greeting everybody, our distinguished guests, government representatives, Ministry of Education, our partner and host, Hive Colab, our EdTech innovators, we celebrate you. EdTech ecosystem players, you're many of you, and we hope that we could work well together. Adrian, Eliud, and all the Mastercard Foundation colleagues in the room, thank you. The media and all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning. I'm so delighted to be able to join you today. I apologize that I have to come in virtually. I was actually in your beautiful country earlier this week, but I had to come back for another urgent meeting. What a beautiful gem you have in the Pearl of Africa. And for this significant milestone, in partnership with Hive Colab, thank you very much for your partnership in implementation of the first Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship in Uganda. Adrian talked about safeguarding. We're here to ensure that young people operate and grow in an environment that is safe and prosperous for them as they move into dignified and fulfilling work. And we also come here to advocate for innovations in Africa. Let me also thank and recognize Hive Colab again for your leadership in convening this wonderful event today. Thank you for what you have done especially to pull together the first cohort, and for strengthening the role of shaping the future of learning through innovation and collaboration in Uganda. At the Mastercard Foundation, through the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, we believe that education is the most powerful pathway to dignity, opportunity, and economic inclusion for young people. But we also know that across and access alone is not enough. The real question for us is, how do we ensure that learning is relevant, inclusive, and truly prepares Uganda's and Africa's young people for the future? This is where technology, when designed, as you have innovators in the room, with the intention and grounded in local realities in Uganda, can be transformative. Across your country, we are seeing a new generation of innovators, and many of you are in the room today, stepping forward, builders of solutions that reach learners in underserved communities, solutions that empower teachers rather than replace them, solutions that make learning more engaging, adaptive, and inclusive, especially for girls and young women. Today signals more than a programmatic beginning. It signals confidence in Uganda's innovators and a commitment to nurturing solutions that can scale and deliver real impact. We look forward to celebrating that in the coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation alone does not and cannot change systems. It is adoption that does. And that is why this is truly a moment that matters. The Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship was launched in 2019 as an entrepreneurship acceleration program designed to support promising African EdTech companies solving for education challenges. Implemented in partnership with innovation hubs like Hive Colab and EdTech innovators and accelerators across Africa, the fellowship provides select EdTech companies with critical business and financial support, as well as insight into the science of learning, preparing them for scale, sustainability, and impact. The goal is to provide access to technology-enabled, inclusive, quality education to all, especially young people, underserved, under-resourced, and marginalized communities. The EdTech Fellowship is not only about accelerating solutions, but also about positioning locally developed, locally owned solutions for scale and impact. It equips EdTech entrepreneurs to build sustainably, aligning innovations and national education priorities, supporting educators to integrate technology effectively, and ensuring that no learner is left behind. To achieve this, we need the collective effort, working with government, but also entrepreneurs, innovators, development partners, teachers, learners, and parents to realize results. It requires us to work together to ensure that every young person has access to learning that is inclusive, relevant, and leads to dignified and fulfilling work. To the entrepreneurs who will be part of this cohort of the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship, allow me to reiterate that you are just not building products, as Adrian said. You are shaping how our generation learns, adapts, and participates in the future economy. Most opportunities you are opening up for access to learning beyond four walls of the classroom. We know that Adrian also emphasized the world is changing, and you are joining over 236 fellows who have gone through the program across 12 countries in Africa. To our partners at Hive Colab, your continued commitment is what transforms potential into progress and innovation, into scalable, sustainable impact, especially for the underserved learners across Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish I was there in the room to celebrate this moment because it is significant. We are proud of this new cohort. We are proud of this partnership with Hive Colab. And I thank my colleagues who are representing us in the room. And I wish you a wonderful rest of the day and a rest of the celebration of this new cohort of the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship. Thank you, everybody. Back to you, MC. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ariko. We are grateful for your message and your continued partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Wairiko. Before we unveil the fellowship, it is vital we understand the landscape these ventures are entering. I am delighted to invite my co-host, who steps briefly out of the MC chair, to present the findings of the first ever comprehensive baseline study of Uganda's EdTech ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Teddy Rouge.
Just so you know, I'm going to take every opportunity to reintroduce myself. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's important that we... technology failing once again. Let's try that again. Perfect. Okay, so good morning. Like I said, allow me to introduce myself. I am Teddy Rouge, co-founder of Hive Colab. I'm here today to present the preliminary findings from our upcoming EdTech baseline study. This is going to be just a brief insight into what the numbers tell us, what the evidence is telling us, and how it's going to guide the design of our program and the implementation of the innovations that are going to be partaking in cohort 1. The cornerstone of evidence guiding our design and delivery of this Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship here in Uganda. But before diving into the data, let's set the stage a little bit. This wasn't just an exercise that we just decided to do. It was commissioned to ensure we build on real evidence rather than assumptions. We needed to find out what is actually out there, in what condition is it in, before we actually continue building. The evidence was needed. So today's findings will shape our investment strategies, prioritization of projects, and success measurements over the next 3 years. For those unfamiliar with us, Hive Colab is Uganda's co-working and innovation hub. For over 12 years, we've been at the heart of the country's digital economy, acting as an ecosystem accelerator that transforms ambitious ideas into scalable solutions. Barbara and I have been very steadfast on being at the forefront of emerging technologies and making sure that we accelerate the founders that are going to be shaping our digital economies locally. What we offer beyond physical infrastructure, high-speed internet and professional workspace, is the entire ecosystem. This includes connections, a supportive community, and a proven track record of nurturing over 1,000 tech entrepreneurs at every stage over that period of time. Our partnership with the Mastercard Foundation to deliver this fellowship is a natural extension of our core mission. We've committed to supporting 36 EdTech ventures over the program's lifetime, collectively reaching nearly 1 million learners, to be precise, around 864,000. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be massive impact. A round of applause just for that number. Because the founders in this room are going to set the stage for EdTech and learning in this country and pioneer new ways for inclusive building and development of interventive technology. So this fellowship aligns perfectly with our broader vision, a novel accelerator model built on collaborative development, evaluation, and scaling of ideas. A little bit on this background, this fellowship and its purpose. Some context. The Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship is a flagship initiative under the Young Africa Works initiative or strategy. This strategy aims to enable 30 million young Africans to access dignified and fulfilling work by 2030. In Uganda specifically, the fellowship focuses on 3 key areas: strengthening equitable access to quality education, improving youth skills development, and unlocking pathways to dignified work for historically marginalized populations. The program is structured as a 3-year engagement. This includes a 12-month accelerator phase each of the next 3 years, and up to 24 months of follow-up support for each of our founders. We'll work with 12 ventures, as I said, per cohort across those 3 years. Crucially, this program prioritizes inclusion from the outset. It's built into the design of the program. It's not an add-on, it's not a nice-to-have, it's a must-have. Young women, refugees, and youth with disabilities are not simply afterthoughts. They are central to the design intent. This isn't a program that supports EdTech for its own sake. Instead, it asks, does this technology actually reach the learners who need it most? This question absolutely underpins everything this baseline study was set out to investigate. So this was commissioned during the pre-acceleration phase, deliberately so. We wanted to avoid designing a program based on assumptions and instead anchor our strategy in evidence. This study makes a significant contribution by moving beyond theoretical possibilities. Uganda holds immense potential, as previous speakers this morning have stated, in EdTech, but promise alone doesn't reveal the structural gap, marginalized groups, or actual infrastructure challenges that our founders are going to face. Therefore, we embarked on a mission to map the technological and infrastructural landscape of Uganda's education sector. Our focus was on marginalized groups such as girls, learners with disabilities, refugees, and youth in remote areas to understand their unique challenges. Ultimately, this study establishes a benchmark for us. Every future milestone in the fellowship, every venture we support, and every learner we claim to reach will be measured against the current state of affairs. Think of this as the before picture. We'll revisit this shortly. Now, the objective of this study was structured around 5 specific objectives, all contributing to a single overarching goal. A comprehensive as-is baseline of Uganda's EdTech ecosystem. We have to know where the starting line is. Firstly, we sought to understand the current reality of EdTech in Uganda, focusing on the actual practices rather than strategy documents. Secondly, we developed an EdTech readiness index examining 5 key contexts: the school environment, teacher context, learner context, device context, and connectivity context. Each context provides a distinct perspective. Thirdly, we analyze the supply side, assessing the maturity levels, business models, and operational capacity of local EdTech ventures. Fourthly, we conducted an inclusion assessment specifically examining the barriers faced by young women, girls, persons with disabilities, rural communities, and underserved populations like refugee camps. Finally, we assessed alignment with national policy frameworks and provided recommendation for bridging the gap between alumni community, and ventures from have them provide insight into this ecosystem. The review itself drew upon research. While it's secondary data, it's meticulously curated, systematic, and policy anchored. The combination of desk review and targeted founder surveys provided us with both macro level as well as nuanced on-the-ground perspective. The as-is state, we'll just look at the big picture for now and not really go into detail due to time. I'll be straightforward. The picture is sobering but also enlightening in what our foundings revealed. Uganda boasts a population of around 46 million, with over 50% of the population under 18. So a very young and ripe ecosystem for EdTech innovation. This demographic demonstrates this demographic characteristic is often referred to as a youth bulge, and it presents, which looks impressive on paper, the system leaks badly. Only 35% of students finish primary school, and by the time they reach tertiary education, only almost 7% of the relevant age group is. Two quick important data points that you actually need to look at. Geographically, the central region, particularly Greater Kampala, has a high concentration of EdTech solutions. Matters greatly for the fellowship aiming to reach underserved communities. Urban-centric solutions alone won't solve rural access problems. We must be able to reach the last mile of development in every corner of the country. So, however, a rising tide alone doesn't guarantee everyone benefits. So structural inequities persist, and the intentional program design is actually crucial in order to actually make sure that we are reaching those that are mostly underserved. And in that effort, we identified three critical gaps that we need to actually be able to address as I get ready to conclude. One was language, the other was connectivity, and the third one is inclusion. The English dominance is a significant issue. All surveyed EdTech solutions are English only. For a fellowship focused on underserved communities, many of whom speak local languages and dialects as the primary language, this is not a minor problem. Localization is not a luxury. It's a prerequisite for equity. Adrian mentioned equity, the positive development. 83% of solutions offer both online and offline functionality. This indicates that most ventures are already considering connectivity constraints. The opportunity here is to leverage and scale this, but making offline first a competitive standard, not an exception. Refugee access gap presents significant challenges. While 89% of solutions haven't reached refugee populations, despite intent and some solutions being architecturally designed for refugees in mind, the operational gap remains substantial. So that's why this fellowship, with inclusivity at the core of its design, will make it possible for our founders to be able to reach those most underserved communities, especially refugees. Now let's talk about device availability. It's also influenced by household power dynamics. Parents may prioritize digital literacy for male children, raising concerns about girls' unsupervised internet access, sometimes genuine and sometimes unfounded. But the consequences of that is that girls experience less screen time and lower confidence with digital tools, even when devices are technically accessible. Youth with disabilities, we must not forget, face compounded barriers. When EdTech platforms aren't designed with universal design for learning principles, they actively exclude rather than simply failing to include. Without affordable population is under 18, designing for those less able is an absolute necessity. Finally, cost is another barrier. For refugees and low-income rural families, the total cost of ownership for EdTech deters them. This isn't about the device. It's about the data, bundles, hardware repairs, and software subscriptions. These recurring costs create a significant and often insurmountable barrier for the most vulnerable families. As I discussed earlier, we must test rigorously against these barriers to inclusivity, and we must also make sure that from a design perspective we design from the bottom up rather than designing from the center and trying to reach the margins. If we look at inclusion and equity from a linguistic perspective and teacher readiness, linguistic exclusion is a significant issue, as I've discussed, and a substantial portion of global EdTech content is delivered in English or dominant international languages. This absolutely creates a cognitive barrier, especially in rural communities and refugee camps. We previously noted that 100% of surveyed ventures are English only. This isn't sustainable for a fellowship aiming to reach the most underserved learners in Uganda. In terms of teacher readiness, a teacher uncomfortable with a device can't effectively model digital learning for their students. Given that teachers are often the most trusted adults in a child's education, their discomfort becomes a barrier for students. So founders, as we are innovating and development, we must not forget to include and train the trainers in this ecosystem. It is absolutely critical to completing the circle of inclusion. Now, if we're talking about physical awareness barriers for PWDs, I'd like to highlight the final inclusion dimensions concerning people with disabilities. This group faces compounding set of barriers. Environmental and spatial barriers are often overlooked in EdTech design discussions, but are very, very real, as we found. Inaccessible physical spaces, such as school buildings, learning centers, and even homes for remote learning, determine where people with disabilities can navigate and participate. If the space isn't accessible, the technology within it becomes irrelevant. So we must design with these communities in hand to really understand what are the real problems and the barriers to inclusive education. So most EdTech solutions are developed in isolation without meaningful consultation with people with disabilities during the design phase. This isn't a resource problem, it's a process issue. Inclusive design requires inclusive design processes. Founders, write that down. Inclusive design requires inclusive design processes. Once more, inclusive design requires inclusive design processes. Let me be a professor for once. Are we together? Are we together? Then we understand each other. So finally, let me talk about briefly about policy alignment in this effort that we're trying to. The fellowship operates within a national policy framework, and alignment with it is both a requirement and a strategic asset. The Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship operates at the intersection of three critical government mandates: the education sector, the technology and innovation sector, and the workforce and economic development sector. These are critical to the entirety of the ecosystem. First, we must align with the education sector through the Ministry of Education and Sports. This ensures EdTech solutions connect directly to curriculum delivery and formal learning environments that are strengthening existing systems rather than building parallel ones. Second, we engage with the technology and innovative sector through the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance as partners. This involves participating in the National Digital Framework, supporting the growth of local startup ecosystems, and ensuring ventures contribute to Uganda's digital economy. Third and finally, we focus on workforce and economic development through Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. This pillar addresses the human impact, ensuring digital literacy, skills acquisition lead to improved learner outcomes and real employment opportunities. Crucially, it enforces equity through gender parity, rural access and inclusion of learners with disabilities. If you allow me to paraphrase, if you want to go fast, you go alone. You're going to crash along the way, but you will be going fast, but you will not be inclusive. If you want us to go together, this is the danger of paraphrasing. I think you know where I'm going with that. These three mandates are mutually reinforcing, and the fellowship is equally positioned to connect them, to collect them all. So in summary, this study provides a credible policy and technology strikes again. This study provides a credible and policy-aligned and evidence-based foundation for the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship in Uganda. It doesn't tell us what we wish were true, but rather what is true. 3 pressing constraints the fellowship must address for all partners as well as founders who are working here. The scarcity of patient capital, where ventures need funding that doesn't demand returns before they've had to build. The urgent need for inclusive design capabilities, technical skills is not enough. And the persistent implementation gap within government systems where policy ambition outpaces practical execution. That's why this baseline study was actually done, is because we really do need to understand where we're starting from. What is the starting line, as opposed to just starting the race without understanding where we are coming from. So as of March 2026, this study serves as a definitive baseline. Every data point represents a commitment to measuring, tracking, and demonstrating the fellowship's real impact on learners who need it the most. Hive Colab and our partners are prepared to undertake this work, and we are grateful to the Mastercard Foundation for their trust and the investment. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to all of our partners. So finally, if you'd like a copy of this full baseline report, while this was a preview of what is coming in the full report, kindly get in touch with us. But we do estimate that it should be available by the end of May. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Teddy. We've had a lot of words from you, and some of the key words to take away is inclusivity.
Absolutely.
I saw some pedagogy over there. And I remember you talked about the underserved communities and what else? Equity. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank Teddy for this beautiful presentation and welcome him back on stage as my fellow MC as we continue to the next session. So,
all right, allow me to take off my cape and come back as your presenter. So before we move to the fellowship unveiling, we have a short video that captures the journey that brought us to this moment. Please enjoy.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that gives you a clear picture of what has been going on behind the scenes until we got here today. So, right about now, we're about to move into our main session of the event this morning.
Yeah, so we're going to get an idea of the unveiling of the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship. Will be presented with what it is, how it works, and what the next 3 years look like in detail in Uganda's EdTech ecosystem. And to present that is our teammate, Brian Tomusange. Brian?
Thank you, Teddy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Tomusange, and I'm the Learning Science Lead at Hive Colab. I'm going to present to you what the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship is, how the 3-year journey will look like. The Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship is a 5-year flagship initiative targeting 36 EdTech growth stage EdTech startups in Uganda. Over the course of the program, we'll work with 36 startups, and these 36 startups will be taken through the program in terms of cohorts. We'll have 3 cohorts, and each cohort will have 12 startups, and then they'll have full support of 3 years. Teddy? The presentation? It's not there. All right. So, Teddy. No. Right. Yes, we have, I'm going to take you through, no. Proceed. Next slide, please. I'm going to take you through a 3-year structured journey of innovation, acceleration, and impact. For the first cohort, we'll have 12 startups, 12 EdTech startups. Show me. Okay. For the first cohort, we'll have 12 EdTech startups, and they'll have full support of 3 years. And then in the first year, we'll have full acceleration. And then the second and third year, we'll have post-acceleration. Teddy? Okay. Within those 3 years of full support, the first year involves foundation, that is building the foundation. Then the second year, that is strategic growth for the startups. And the third year will involve scalability. Okay? So the cohort will have 12 startups. And then we have a selection criteria that we follow when it comes to selecting those 12 startups. And this is the selection criteria. We look at startups, EdTech startups that have a working product with demonstrated learning outcomes. We also look at startups that have validated, which have products that have validated demand and clear targeting learning demographics. Then team strength, founders must have complementary technical skills and EdTech domain. And then we are also looking at startups that have products that are ready for national and regional deployment. And then we also consider startups that have the impact potential, that have measurable outcomes for underserved and last mile learners, okay? And then the integration of learning science with the support from Carnegie Mellon University. The first year is a year of acceleration, which is an intensive 12-month program that transforms promising edtech ventures into market-ready, impact-driven companies through structured mentorship, expert coaching, and rigorous learning science integrations. When you look at the acceleration, this is the fellowship. This is the fellowship delivery engine, where we have quite a number of activities. We'll have cohort workshops. We'll have product development, whereby we'll have dedicated sprint cycles, and then usability test beds. We'll have one-on-one mentorship sessions, then expert clinics, and investor readiness sessions. Learning science is embedded through all the 3 years. So learning science is key. You find that many edtech products fail not because of technology, but because they ignore how people actually learn. Learning science is the study of how people actually learn. So with the support from CMU, our learning science track ensures every startup builds with evidence-based pedagogical principles. So startups become learning scientists, and as much as technologists. These are some of the modules that will take the startups through for the 3-year course. Okay. Phase 2 basically focuses on strategic growth, and yes. It shifts through from intensive acceleration to strategic growth, whereby startups receive tailored support to expand their market reach, optimize revenue streams, and forge critical partnerships, all while deepening their learning science practices. Then the third year, the first year is a full year of acceleration. The following 2 years are years of post-acceleration. The second year targets or it focuses on growth, and then the third year focuses on scalability. So we shall have, in this year of post-acceleration, we shall have investment readiness, regional scaling, we shall have policy engagements. Teddy has talked about this, alignment, alumni and network launches, and sustainability planning. How do we deliver the program? With effective integration of people, platforms, processes, and partners, we will ensure that the program is effectively implemented to the core. For the 5 years, this is what we intend to get in terms of outcomes. Over 800,000. I've talked about, I've put 1 million. We expect to achieve that, okay? We can go beyond, okay? Our target is 864,000 learners, okay, in the period of 5 years. But I believe we can go beyond the 864,000 learners. And then 36 startups will be scaled through investment readiness, and then they will also grow. And then we are looking at least 2 regional markets, whereby these startups enter these regional markets, and then we expect an investment being raised of over $3 million US. And then we have a year-by-year milestone summary, whereby in the first year of acceleration, 12 startups will be onboarded. Their products will be validated. 4 mentors assigned to each of the startups. Pilot program completed, and then the demo day held. In the second year of in the second year, that is the first post-acceleration year, we shall have startups engaged in market expansion into all the districts, revenue growth to over 100%, and then 15 plus strategic partnerships, and then we'll also make sure that they held regional showcases. The third year of the last year of post-acceleration will ensure that at least this outcome is achieved, national reach is achieved, and then by that third year, each of the startups will have gotten the $70,000 US catalytic fund that is equity free. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, together, we are building Uganda's most impactful EdTech ecosystem, where 36 startups and with 36 startups in 5 transformative years, and unlimited potential with each cohort in the program. Allow me to stop there for when it comes to the presentation. Teddy.
Thank you so much. One more time, a round of applause for Brian. So now, yeah, thank you. My clicker. This belongs to me, by the way, Brian. I saw you trying to run away with it. So now it's a great honor to invite a representative of our chief guest. We have with us today Chozira Peter, who is the Principal Education Officer, Admissions, Scholarships, and Student Affairs. Mr. Peter.
The Managing Director, Hive Colab, the Senior Director, Scholars Program, who doubles as the Acting Director, Uganda Mastercard Foundation, the Director, Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, Mastercard Foundation, officials from other MDS, other representatives from the Mastercard Foundation, our distinguished head teachers from various education institutions, the education ventures present here, members of the EdTech ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As the Director of Program has mentioned, my name is Peter Chozira, Principal Education Officer, Admissions, Scholarships, and Student Affairs at the Ministry of Education and Sports. The whole Minister loved to be here in person and share this great function. However, due to other equally competing state duties, he was unable to come. However, he sends his regards and wish you a fruitful function. It is not easy to stand in the shoes of Honorable Dr. Jesse Muyingo, but I'll read his remarks verbatim. I am honored to deliver these remarks at the launch of the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship in Uganda, an initiative that reflects our shared commitment to transforming education through innovation, inclusion, and partnership. I extend sincere appreciation to the Mastercard Foundation and all the partners for their continued investment in Uganda's education and innovation ecosystem. Uganda stands at a pivotal moment in the transformation of our education system. We are not only expanding access, we are redefining purpose, delivery, and outcomes of education. Through the ongoing reforms, especially the competence education curriculum, which was rolled out at the secondary level, which equips learners with practical skills, critical thinking, creativity, and the ability to apply knowledge in real-world contexts. We are now approaching a critical transition point where the first cohort of the competence-based curriculum are going to transition into higher education. This moment calls for system-wide readiness. As the ministry, we have issued a clear directive to all universities and tertiary institutions to review and align their curricula, pedagogy, assessment systems with the principles of competence-based education and training. This requires institutions to shift from content-based teaching to competence-driven learning, to emphasize practical application, innovation, and problem-solving, to adopt continuous and authentic assessment approaches, to strengthen industry and community linkages. Our higher education institutions must not only receive competence-based education learners, but they must advance their competences into innovation, employability, and enterprise. This transformation is firmly anchored within Uganda's broader digital development vision through the national strategies such as the Digital Agenda Strategy 2025-2032 and other related ICT policies, where government is positioning technology as a driver of social economic transformation. In the education sector, the digital agenda is focused on expanding digital infrastructure and connectivity, promoting digital literacy and skills development, supporting e-learning, open and distance education, strengthening digital research, innovation, and collaboration ecosystems. In partnership with NITAU, we are building the digital backbone necessary to transform this transformation. Our objective is clear: to ensure that every learner, teacher, and institution can participate meaningfully in a digital learning environment. As the ministry, we are committed to shaping the entire education system that is relevant, innovative, and globally competitive. Our key priorities are relevance and skills development, research, innovation and knowledge mobilization, digital transformation of our education, and embedding all these digital technologies in teaching, learning, research, and institutional management. Government continues to lay foundation for vibrant EdTech ecosystem through expansion of ICT infrastructure in schools, deployment of digital learning platforms and content, capacity building for educators in digital pedagogy, development of enabling policies and regulatory frameworks, and promotion of public-private partnerships to scale innovation. These investments are designed to create an enabling environment where innovation can thrive and scale. The Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship is timely and catalytic. It provides a platform to support innovators in developing EdTech solutions, bridge the gap between innovation and classroom practice, and generate evidence to inform policy and scaling. To the fellows, I urge you to build solutions that respond to real education challenges, Align your innovations with national priorities and the competence-based curriculum framework. Design for inclusivity and accessibility. Focus on improving learning outcomes, not only access. To partners who are shaping the future of education in Uganda. Transforming education requires collective action. Therefore, we call upon the education ventures, the education institutions, to embrace curriculum reforms and digital transformation. The private sector to develop scalable and context-driven solutions, and our dear development partners to invest in sustainable and evidence-based innovation. Together, we can build a coordinated ecosystem that delivers real impact. The convergence of competence-based education and the national digital agenda presents a historic opportunity. If we align our efforts, policy, innovation, infrastructure, and practice, we can unlock a learning revolution that is inclusive, resilient, and future-ready. With commitment from government, the ingenuity of our innovators, and the strength of our partnerships, especially Mastercard Foundation, Uganda is well positioned to lead this transformation. It is now my honor to officially launch the Mastercard Education EdTech Fellowship in Uganda for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Peter. As you can see, we have very aligned partners and mission-critical thinkers who are very much required in order for us to go together. See, I came back to that. So ladies and gentlemen, we will pause briefly now for the official photograph with our distinguished guests. At this moment, we will be back in, very shortly. For those who are interested in topping up your coffee, your tea, getting some refreshments, please do so now. We will call you back into the session after the VIP photo session. Thank you so much. And for those who are in the photographs, the photos will be taken here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, get some coffee, some tea, water. Unfortunately, there's no wine. So you'll just have to wait, not this early. So get some coffee, some tea, and we will be right back. My name is Teddy Rouge. I'm the co-founder of Hive Colab. The last 2 days have been full of activity in selecting the last 12 standing startups in the EdTech Fellowship that we're going to be running over the next few months and also over the next few years. The first cohort, these are the first 12 that we are selecting. And it was a very, very tight process selecting the last 12 innovators that are going to be in this first cohort that we're going to be running alongside Mastercard Foundation. I think the entirety of the process was bittersweet because you could see the innovations that were clearly going to work, but you could also see the innovations that were almost there, and unfortunately we had to cut them. But the beauty of that and of this EdTech accelerator with Mastercard is that we're going to be running it for the next 3 years. So it gives me great comfort, actually, I will say that, to know that there is enough innovation in the EdTech space that we will have more than enough startups to fill all 3 cohorts over the next 3 years. So for those that didn't make it into this first cohort, it's not the end of the world. We still have 2 more cohorts over the next 2 years where they can actually now go back and refine and actually be able to get into over the next 2 years. We've been able to provide comprehensive feedback for those that didn't make it through or didn't make that cut for the last 12.
My name is Andrew Lobo. I lead technology solutions programs at the Mastercard Foundation in Uganda. These last 2 days, we've been reviewing pitch decks from EdTechs within Uganda. Majority of them were exciting. Of course, some of them were nascent, required a bit of more refinements to make. But what excited me overall is that majority of them are actually reaching out to the last mile. Their solutions are actually not only tied to urban areas, but they designed them to ensure that they are in position to reach the rural people, marginalized institutions within the different hard-to-reach areas. Pretty exciting platforms from very innovative young people, women, and a mix of different founders. Overall, we've seen that these solutions are actually practical, right? They can be implemented in different sets of regions. They can be replicated in both urban and rural areas. There are a bit of challenges with most of the businesses that were nascent that required a bit of some time to go and find their growth strategies, refine their outcomes specifically on how they basically improve and track how learners improve over time. Yeah. Overall, we've also seen that out of the ethics that we spoke to, the ones that we feel are successful actually have a strong use case, providing inclusive platforms, reaching a holistic set of learners, improving teaching and teaching outcomes within different education systems. And those ones will go through a process where we'll impart more knowledge to them so that they can improve their business processes, improve their use cases, and ensure that they can actually target a set of schools both in the rural and urban areas. Then, of course, not everyone is going to make it, but we feel some of them, with a bit of feedback on how they can improve, will qualify and will qualify probably for cohort 2 or even cohort 3. So we've set up a couple of feedback that we are providing all of them, for those that went through and for those that didn't go through. Now, specifically for those that didn't go through, this feedback will support them improve on their offerings so that when they apply next time, they'll be in position to qualify.
My name is Mkwatampola Mzamid. I work with the Ministry of Education and Sports. I'm pleased to have been invited here to be part of the review exercise that we have just concluded. I noticed that as a country, we are grappling with the problem of unemployment among our youth, and this is largely brought about by a mismatch between the education of our education system and the demands of the labor market. The startup platforms that we have reviewed in the past 2 days provide possible solutions to this problem, and many of them, from my observation, are well aligned with the new reforms by the Ministry of Education and Sports, and are in line with the competency-based curriculum. I think that those that will win the funding will go a long way in providing solutions to the challenge of unemployment among our young people.
Hello, I'm Wanjira Kinuthia, faculty at Carnegie Mellon University, Africa, based in Kigali. So this has been a very engaging and interesting process for me, and getting to learn about all the different companies, all the different startups, the kind of work they're doing. My area is EdTech, learning sciences, so it was very good for me to see what kind of integration of learning sciences, learning outcomes, consideration of pedagogy, where technology follows instruction, and to be part of that process of seeing what educators and business people are really thinking about in terms of how the two come together. So I think for us that's very exciting because it expands the learning space. So we know there's different kinds of learners, different kinds of approaches to assessment. So that really helps to see what kind of things they're thinking about in terms of the design of that. So the other interesting and engaging learning for me was to just think about where they've already started to identify where the gaps are. So hearing the stories of how they started, I think is very important because they didn't start from nowhere. They started with something that they felt they were addressing a need. But I think in overall, we see that more or less the needs are the same. It's just the angle at which we approach it. So some of the areas we've seen are STEM. STEM is a big area where I think we need a little bit more engagement in terms of different ways of learning. You know, there is learners learn differently. And then we've seen the pathways to and opportunities to employment, careers, the kind of guidance, the kind of support that is presented to our learners, because we want to see them succeed from the very beginning to when they select or choose or identify the path that they want to go. So those opportunities, I think, are important for us to see the variety and the options, and being able to just go through the selection process and have them engage with us on what drives them, what their solution offers, where they differentiate themselves, I think is very helpful, very important. Not everyone may be ready for this stage, but I think with the kind of feedback and the engagement, I think they may be ready next time to continue improving on their products. And of course, there's always going to be room for improvement. In terms of those who have succeeded, I think it's really about the growth of where they are today versus where they want to be a year from now and moving into the future. So again, it's really exciting to see them coming on board and being part of this whole EdTech ecosystem. And as I mentioned, you know, being from that background, it's great to see that it is gaining a presence on the continent. extent. And so it helps to demystify that tech is not possible without internet or high-speed solutions and those kinds of expensive options. So seeing that we're able to also tap into low-cost solutions is also very, very important for us as we move forward and help solve the problems or what we feel are challenges that education across the continent really is experiencing.
I'm Michael Nitejeka. I work with Refactory Limited, commonly known as Refactory Academy. We're a software academy that primarily focuses on skilling and getting young people into work. The 2 days for me have been exciting. So a couple of things for me that really stand out is that there is a definite passion to try and solve for education and the gaps that it presents currently. Paying attention to the opportunity that technology could provide to leverage the existing gaps. So where you have the privileged schools and the less privileged schools, and the desire to try and see, can technology be the missing link? I think that stood out. Two was it was evident where the teams were led by people who have an education background, and those that were led by purely people who are tech, the approach was quite different. The ones who had the teaching background, education background, the way they approached solutioning was quite different from the guys that were extremely techy. And that speaks to techies. Our work is to solve problems for those that have the problems. Sometimes when we attempt to solve problems because we think we understand them, there can be some bit of misalignment in terms of how we approach and deliver. A number of these solutions require more stakeholders on the table for them to attain full scale. So let me give an example. It's evident that access to infrastructure is a major hindrance for these technologies to achieve the kind of potential they'd like to achieve. Even those that have offline modes, they still require a sense of technology present in their communities. To the teams that have won, I think it is evident, it's just an indication that there's progress and there's potential for you to build your product and get it to the next level. Whatever resource you're going to get out of this, it is entirely up to you to well, not entirely up to you, but yeah, there will be certain milestones for you to achieve. But the most important thing, I think, look at this investment that is going to come to you as seed. To a number of them, I would say, I would wish that this is your last grant application, that you're looking for investment so that you can have significant impact. Because if you're building whatever you're building from a commercial perspective, then you must have the appetite for commercial. The fact that you are shortlisted out of the very many means that there is something in your solution that needs a little bit of fine-tuning then to qualify for the bigger things. So my take is that look at the opportunity that is presented you to come before a judging panel, to be shortlisted is success. To go beyond the shortlist and get into the accelerator is only part of the process. And look at next year as a next round opportunity for you to get in and benefit from a bigger program. So to everyone who has participated, I honestly want to thank you. Quite amazing projects or products that we were watching, were reviewing, and they're like, okay, this has put in some effort. And it was also evident, the guys who have spent some years in the job, and those that have just started, yeah, it was evident. The more you're in, the thicker your skin is. Yeah, it's a bit of muscle. Best of luck, and happy to continue supporting where we can.
My name is Teddy Rouge. I'm the co-founder of Hive Colab.
Ladies and gentlemen, please begin making your way back to your seats. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please begin making your way back to your seats. The Hive Colab staff out there, kindly get everybody into the room.
Going once, going twice. Ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming our session. If you could kindly make it back into the main hall. I miss my partner.
Our panel discussion is about to begin, and we have a fantastic lineup for you. So, if we could take our seats. We now turn to one of the centerpiece conversations of the day, addressing the conversation We now turn to one of the centerpiece conversations of the day, addressing the importance of innovation and technology in Uganda's education sector. I'm delighted to invite our moderator, Elizabeth Odima from Hive Colab, to take the floor alongside a distinguished panel of 5. Elizabeth, the stage is yours. Elizabeth Odima? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Hi, everyone. We've just had tea. Donna, was the tea enough? It seems we need to do more. Okay, I'm waiting for people to settle, and then we can start. The tech team, can I have the profiles up? So thank you very much. We are going into a discussion on how, on what is the importance of technology and innovation in the EdTech ecosystem in Uganda. And I want to make this a very interactive session. So before I invite my panelists, I have a question. How many people understand what EdTech is? If you understand what EdTech is, so right now even the innovators don't know what EdTech is, that's fine. Oh, one hand, wow. Okay. How many don't know what we are talking about? We are here for the tea and for the vibes and inshallah. All right. Yes, please, give him the mic to, he can give us an understanding for those of us who are here for the vibes.
Thank you. There are two words combined into one. Ed is education, and then tech is technology, so educational technology.
Awesome. Yeah, a clap for him. We didn't know, now we know. Did we hear what he said? Okay, that's fine. So, I want to welcome my panelists. Okay, Ed said for technology, what do? You be patient with it. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, so those are my wonderful panelists for today. Can I have a profile so I can read through as they come on stage? Oh, okay, all right. So we are going to have Professor Tutaleni from CMU. Prof, are you in the room? A round of applause as Prof makes his way up. Yeah, feel free, Prof. All right. We can do better. All right. And then we're also going to have Gilbert. You'll forgive me how I'm going to pronounce these other names that are coming up. Gilbert Bureyeya. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Gilbert? Is Gilbert in the room? Oh, awesome. A round of applause for Gilbert. Awesome. And Alan, we are also going to have Alan Arinaitwe. Alan, welcome. Guys, was it about the tea or we are just anxious about something? Okay. John said a good prayer for us in the morning. We should be energetic. All right, thank you, Alan. Next, we have Michael Nitegeka. Michael, all right. So Michael is not around, so I'm calling upon Eliud. Eliud, thank you, Eliud. And finally, up on stage to join us is Peter Chonzira. Okay, Peter, thank you so much. So with my panelists here, we are going to unpack the state of innovation and its role in the EdTech ecosystem in Uganda. We'll also have a chance for you, the audience, to ask questions, but yeah, you'll be asking your questions online as well. So just to start us off, as Eliud and Peter are exchanging greetings, so I'll start with Alan. So Alan, just a question for the audience to understand. Why this fellowship and why now?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, I think to just briefly talk about the fellowship, it's a nationwide program. The whole of Uganda is included, and I think the focal point of this program is in inclusion. It's a 3 transition into 5-year program for the fellows. And when we talk about inclusion, I said the whole of Uganda, it means that all the low income or underserved communities are included, refugees are included, young girls below the age of 30, because that's the school going age, or even tertiary and all, as well as refugees. The objective of the program is to improve learner outcomes of our students in Uganda or pupils, as well as grow the Uganda's learning digital ecosystem. So it has come at the right time. And when you say why now, I think the issue is when we had the last census a few years back, we saw that the Ugandan population was 50.02 million Ugandans, of which 70% of those are actually below the age of 30. That means that those are all going to primary or kindergarten, they are going to secondary school, then university, tertiary, some have dropped out, and that's a population that needs to be served if we are going to transform the future of Africa and even, tap into global opportunities. Speaking into why now as well is that when you see the refugee community in Uganda, Uganda is a hub for refugees. We have refugees from Southern Sudan, from DRC, from Somalia, and even other areas that maybe we might not even know. And from OPM, we see the data says that we're around 1.9 million refugees in the country, and of which 1.1 million are actually their children and youth. Those all need to learn, or they're somewhere there. So with the solutions that the ventures are bringing on board, we're able to actually support such vulnerable communities and include them into the opportunities that they can tap into globally. And talking into impact and sustainability, it means that those people, if they are lucky to be relocated back to their countries, then they can continue to learn because their learning is online. They can also tap into opportunities because now they have access to real digital education, which has tangible benefits that maybe they'll get employed, or they can create solutions by themselves and earn a living, which goes into a decent work. Yeah, so I'll stop it there, but there's more, yes.
Thank you, Alan. I'll just circle back to you at another time. Oh, yeah, the audience is now awake. Very good, thank you. So Eliud, I'll come to you based on what Alan has said, that these EdTech innovations are going to target refugees, young learners, girls, and the marginalized community. And you've played an integral role in this process as well, from the beginning to the setup of the fellowship up to now. So in that entire process, what will be your comment on the type of innovations that have come up from this entire recruitment process, and also just help the audience to understand more on what are EdTech innovations?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, you all well? My name is Eliud Chemweno with Mastercard Foundation. I head the EdTech ecosystem work. So to your question, and I think your question, Elizabeth, has different perspective. But allow me first to sort of provide some context, lay the ground and all that, particularly on aspects to do with inclusion and why this is important for Mastercard Foundation. The one area that our work is, we operate from, or the premise that the Mastercard Foundation operates largely from, is primarily informed by this vision that everyone deserves an opportunity to learn and prosper. And we mean everyone, you know, and therefore, but when you look at that subset of group of people, when we talk about everyone, often the groups that are often left out of that are the most marginalized groups, you know, and we talk about the rural, the young women, the people living with disabilities, the refugees and all that. So and our agenda at the foundation is clear around inclusion. So a couple of things when we think about that. And even in our program design, and we were having discussion with all our partners, and particularly within supporting the EdTech companies, the question then becomes is that how do we make sure that the EdTech companies or the supporters and the partners within this program are really looking at and supporting and advancing the whole inclusion agenda. So as we work with all our partners, the question then becomes, how do we support EdTech companies? How do we support the process? How do we strengthen them to make sure that they reach organizations or partners that are really supporting young women and people living with disability and all the communities that are displaced and all that. But how does that look like when we talk about EdTech? You know, when we talk about inclusion, we talk about EdTech is really, the solution really has to be context. You know, it has to be context specific. It has to be aware of the lived realities of the young people. So are we talking about low bandwidth? Are we talking about how does that provide for that? Does it have an offline capability? Even with the design and the design of the solution, what sort of examples are you even using in there? You know, and even in terms of you know, talk about offline but low bandwidth environment, but in terms of even people living with disability, how inclusive is your design in that particular space? And also being aware sometimes of our implicit biasness in terms of some of this particular design. So it's really important and critical that as we advance this work, as we do this work, we are aware of that and ensure that the young people who access the solution, who actually most of the time are the majority. If you look at most countries, the context is similar in Uganda as in many countries where you have the majority of the young people who are in rural areas. Those who perhaps would generally not benefit from such solutions, and we need to be aware. We need to be intentional as we actually do that. And as a wrap up, one of the things that we've had to do in other countries is, you know, being intentional, you know, even sort of ensuring that we have a specific sort of cohort that is focused on inclusion. So yes, this element, this phase of inclusion is extremely important for us.
Thank you so much, Eliud. I just wanted to ask the audience, can you hear, or we need to adjust the speakers a bit? It needs to go up a bit. Tech team, or do we have microphones? Okay, I can be giving them mine so the audience doesn't miss something. So thank you so much, Eliud. And now I'll move to Peter. So Peter, currently the government is working on the transition to a CBC curriculum. So where you sit right now, what support is the government offering EdTech solutions, and how can the two work together?
Thank you very much. As you rightly said, we are not transitioned, but we have rolled out fully the competence-based curriculum in O-level and in advanced level. So government is doing quite a lot. So government is doing quite a lot in this area of EdTech. As you have rightly said, the competence-based education curriculum, integration of ICT is critical. So you can see in our curriculum, we have integrated ICT to ensure that we can really roll out the issue of EdTech in all our schools. We have the government programs like the rural electrification, where we extend electricity to the peripheries so that we can connect more schools and homes to the national grid, so that we can support most of these devices, the EdTech, they require power. And then also government has supported in innovation, many innovations. We have prototypes, issues of solar, and government is investing heavily to make sure we can support people maybe who are not on the grid, but they can use the solar powered devices. And then one key is the policy direction. Government has already directed, has shown the path that really ICT is no longer an option, but it's critical to education system. And one key is the digital agenda strategy. This one was rolled out in last year, 2025, and it really spells out how government is going to make sure that we have ICT, issues of technology embedded in the curriculum. When you see, also we have migrated from analog. When you see most of our government services are now when you look at UNEB, everything is you can apply online, this filing is online. And most of the government processes now are to make sure we can really have harmony between what is in these schools. And then another issue is the teacher development. When you come now to our teacher development, really we have really worked so much on the issue of ICT to make sure that really we enhance the capacity of the educators, because yes, you can do a lot and bring the devices, bring electricity, bring connectivity, but if the critical factor, the teacher, is not enabled, really some of the things will not work. So there's a lot we are doing with support from the development partners in the teacher capacity, so that we enhance. When you look at our teacher policy 2019, we are talking about continuous professional development, and one of the key areas is ICT. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, and I know they will have a lot of questions for you, actually, so we'll hold it up to that point. But now allow me to move to Gilbert. So Gilbert, your innovation hub has worked with hundreds of early stage startups. So as per your opinion or insights, what do you think separates the EdTech innovations that scale from those that maybe fall out along the way?
Thank you so much, moderator, for that good question. So, as I think through the so many years that I've interacted with EdTech startups, there are about 5 things that I think differentiate between the two, the EdTech startups that scale and those that fall out. The very first one has been and has always been the problem clarity. I mean, when you look at the so many EdTechs that we interact with, there are those that you will meet who understand the problem, and there are those that you're going to meet who have a solution and they're looking for the problem. that definitely is going to differentiate between those who are going to scale, because those who are going to scale understand what kind of schools are they going into, what kind of communities they are going into, what is the actual problem that these young people in Karamoja or in some refugee camp in Isijolo is facing. So the moment you understand this whole journey of the user who you are going to have this solution for, most likely you'll have a chance of scaling, rather than those who are going to come with solutions and they are looking for the problem. So most likely that is going to differentiate between the two. The second one, and which I think is one of the most important ones, is also having a good relationship between you, the founder, and the end user. And most specifically the teachers, because the teachers are the gatekeepers of this adoption. So in most cases, our esteemed innovators will rotate around the student, and they forget about this teacher who is always in school and determines the adoption of this solution. And so for those who are going to scale, they'll know the teachers, they know the classrooms where the teachers are. They are probably frequently engaged with teachers, and the teachers are being co-designers of these solutions, and they are literally being the evolutionists of this innovation. The third one, and which I think is also very important, is the team composition. Now, for those who think they're able to scale, they must have about 3 areas of concentration, and this shouldn't be in one person. For the founder who is going to say, I know the technology, I know the business case of this solution, and probably I know the education system. That means you have an idea about the curriculum, the pedagogy that our speakers were talking about, and you understand how the system goes. Most likely you cannot have all the 3 in one person. So the startup or the innovator who has a chance of scaling must have a good team composition that at least has all these 3 areas. The business model right, the person on the team who understands the education system, especially on the curriculum, the system, the pedagogy and all that, and then also someone who understands the technology. Then the other uncomfortable truth that I would want to talk about, which differentiates between the one who can scale and the one who is going to fall off, is those who are willing to pivot early and honestly. Why am I saying that? Within our ecosystem, why the EdTech startups have a challenge is because of the environment we are in has so many shifts. There will be a shift in policy, there will be a shift in culture, there will be a shift in the community. And so the moment this innovator has this, I'm sorry to say, the pride of saying that I have built something and I'm in love with it from the start, I will not let it go, most likely you have challenges to scale. Why? Because policies are going to shift, the culture is going to shift, communities are going to have different shifts in terms of how they take on these solutions. And so the willingness of those the willingness of those innovators who want to pivot early and honestly without necessarily falling in love with their solution. And maybe lastly, we could also speak to the discipline of sustainability thinking right away from the start. That those innovators or startups who have this thinking of having a model that is not going to be based on these fellowships. I mean, this fellowship is starting and it will eventually end in a short time. So the moment your sustainability view has been about the grant kind of thinking that once you have this grant or this fellowship and it ends, what follows next? So those who are going to scale, from the start, the model they build must be about, after the fellowship, where am I taking these numbers? I mean, Mastercard has put in this a bit of money and you have the numbers across the refugee camps and etc. So at the end of the day, the model that you started with must be that is going to be sustainable after. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Gilbert. Very interesting perspectives. And you've brought in an aspect of building with the end user in mind. And now that brings me to Professor Tutaleni, because we keep hearing about pedagogy. I know some of you are asking yourselves, what are those? We keep hearing about learning outcomes, learning sciences. So Professor, just to paint a good picture and building on what Gilbert said, what is learning science and why should EdTech innovators care about it from the word go?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Did you fall asleep already? Good morning. Because you know, when you have a teacher in front of you, they're going to be asking you questions and making you participate. So thank you. Happy to be here with everyone. I think before I get to the answer of what is learning science, I want to take us back a little bit. When we think about educational technology, we often think of it as something new. But it really is not. It has been around for a really long time, because even writing is an innovation, right? So all of us have had some sort of tools that we have been using when we were children in school. So all EdTech is a learning tool, and it's the one that we have available to us right now. So it is important that we keep focus on the fact that these are tools that are supposed to be designed to support learning. That's really the core part of it. So, and the transition from that, if we want to find out how to support learning using these tools, we need to understand how learning happened. And that's really is the core of what learning science or the science of learning is about. It is that we are focused on how people learn, not just in terms of the practice in a societal context, but also in terms of what cognitively happens in your mind. Because if you are developing a product that is causing friction in how a person learns, that product is not going to be a learning tool. There are a lots of learning tools, educational technology around the world. But there's very few that actually support learning. So if you're going to be able to be someone who engages in this space, the core aspect of learning science is that you have to understand how people learn. You have to be able to understand how to predict those kind of learning outcomes, and then design to support that.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Yeah, again, very good insights. And Prof, still on you. So where do you think these EdTech innovators get it wrong? And why should they start with the learning science aspect even before figuring out the tech aspect of their business?
Thank you. I always tell people that there's a reason why it's called educational technology and not technology education. But far too often we start to think about the technology first. We get really excited about that and not really understanding the learning problem. So whenever I'm on a pitch event, the first question that I ask every entrepreneur who comes in is, what is the learning problem that you're trying to solve? Because that has to be the first place to start. And then from there, you can decide what technology you're going to use, right? So I use a lot of food examples in my teaching. So I always give an example of you decide what you're going to cook first, right? That dictates then what kind of things you're going to buy for groceries, what type of pot you're going to use, whether you're going to be cooking on a stove or on the fire outside, and so on. But you need to decide what it is that you're going to cook first. If you just start putting ingredients together, maybe you might come up with a good meal, but often you're not, because you're going to put things in there together that do not belong together. So I think a lot of the time, entrepreneurs tend to focus on the technology. The problem with focusing on the technology is that it goes outdated. When I was doing my master's, the product that I designed for my master's, by the time I graduated, that company did not exist anymore. It was already gone. When I started my PhD, the design that we were doing in our first year, by the time we graduated, those don't exist anymore. So if you're focusing on the technology, you're not really innovating for learning. You're kind of just focused on a cool technology. So the part where I think people get it wrong often is that they're not really understanding what exactly is the learning problem to be addressed. And part of the major focus of the Foundation's EdTech Fellowship is to transform education on the continent. And we can only do that if we understand the actual learning challenges that we're facing.
Thank you. I hope you've got the builders, the innovators in the room. You are getting those good insights. So before we move to our Q&A session from the audience, I just want to go to the panelists again for a final round of questions. I will start with Eliud. So Eliud, you've been in the ecosystem supporting EdTech innovations. What do you feel are like the upcoming trends, and what more can we do in this ecosystem?
Thanks. I think just to piggyback on something that my colleague was talking about earlier on around scaling, and then I'll come back to the upcoming trends. One element also to consider, what we've seen are, as organization or EdTech companies that are able to scale, is the collaboration with government. You know, a lot of the EdTech companies end up designing and working possibly within the private schools environment, but to scale, you really need to be working with the public schools, and how your solution is aligned to addressing a particular education challenge or a particular education outcome in your respective countries becomes a key ingredient within the scaling conversation. But coming back to your question around what sort of trends we are seeing, I think the couple of things that is emerging, and I think it's interesting to see the evolution of the conversation within the ecosystem, within the startups, and what we are focusing on. Different countries are different. Okay, so first of all, from one country to the other, you will see different things from one cohort to the next cohort, so on and so forth. What we've seen, and it's changing, was where everybody was trying to sort of throw in an AI thing inside their solution, which often can be frustrating, but also you're wondering, but does it have to be AI? You know, it's AI this, AI that, and all that. And but that's shifting. We're seeing a bit of a shift where there's less of I'm using AI, but in terms of what is it that I am actually augmenting within my solution. So yes, we're seeing a bit of a shift. And if we look at over the last 3 years, there's a gradual shift of the AI part of it, and actually now looking at more of augmentation part of it. There was a period, you know, during COVID, and I think one important again that I really want to underscore this is that the trends and everything else really are dependent again on the period. So during post-COVID, you saw a lot of platforms. You know, everybody wanted to sort of have a platform type of thing, you know, an LMS type of thing, you know, you throw content out there and all that. But that's changing, you know, and you're seeing a lot more of adaptation of that, and looking at what do we use as existing channels. You know, you see a lot of content being delivered by WhatsApp. You're seeing a lot of content being delivered, you know, recognizing the lived realities and knowing that you can all build platforms. We were looking at a cohort a few years back where the majority of, well, the bulk of those who were applying were building some platform, some version of platform, or that sort of thing. So yes, I think there was a period where everyone was sort of building a platform or some shape or form, but that's changing, you know, where people are recognizing, and to the question around what problem are you trying to solution for, I think we're getting a lot more clearer within the different ecosystem in terms of what problem we are solutioning for. And then one other thing that is
really pleasantly surprising to see is we're now recognizing the role of the teachers, and we're seeing more and more solutions that are actually geared towards supporting teachers. So having the teacher in mind, and I think that's also another element of scaling, that besides designing your solution with the end user in mind, you got to remember the person who really then will sort of catalyze you to reaching that end user and all that is the teacher. So you need to design with that teacher in mind. Often, always ask, how will this, because the thing is, if the teacher doesn't understand the solution, chances are that it will probably never be deployed. It's a teacher who will most likely tell the student or the parent, maybe you should use this solution. So we're seeing a lot of teacher enabling solution and teacher capacity building solutions that are actually coming up. And I really want to encourage that even if you're not doing a teacher solution, make sure you get feedback from the teacher, and all that. And maybe this is a little more context specific, depending on the challenge within your particular industry again, or particular country. In Ethiopia, for example, what we are seeing, and that is really perhaps driven a lot more with the challenge in Ethiopia right now, where you look at the national exams and the number of learners who are progressing through the pass rates, which Ethiopia has gone through this process where they've had to change how they grade and assess learners. So the pass rate, as a result, obviously dropped and all that. So it's, I think, about 8%, maybe it's 10% right now. It may be higher. I haven't looked at the latest numbers. And what you're seeing is, in response to that, you're seeing a lot of tutoring and coaching solutions and all that. So again, depending on the context, depending on where you are, you're seeing solutions that are actually being designed within that space. In Uganda, you probably see a lot of curriculum aligned type solutions to address that. You probably see a lot of solutions that are addressing refugees and displaced persons, because you have a sizable population of people in Uganda that are actually refugees and displaced and all that. But I think overall and all that, I think beyond the trends is really to make sure that, again, you design for fit for purpose, making sure that you're responding to the needs within that ecosystem, responding to the challenges within your respective ecosystem, and making sure that we lead, as Tuteleni said, let's lead with the education part of it. The technology becomes the complement as part of it, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Eliud. You are well taken in. And now to Peter. Eliud spoke into partnerships, and this is now the reason I was saying they will have a lot of questions for you. So these innovators who are innovating, they need to work hand in hand with the government. Some of them are designing curriculums. Where do they find you, and how much more support can you give them? Not you as a person, but as the ministry.
Thank you very much. Like as you have said, one, where they can find us, government gives the strategic direction. Like someone may be innovating, but if you have not aligned to our curriculum, like it will not be relevant. So one, they have to first align, you must be updated with all the reforms that are taking place in the education sector. A lot of reforms are taking place in the education sector, a lot. I can tell you, like, issues of inspection. When we rolled out TIMIS, the Teacher Management Information System, internet cafes made out of money because teachers could not, something online, but they couldn't. And really they needed support. So then when you come, government really can support. When you go issues of research, every year we have 30 billion for research and innovation in all our public universities, and they access these funds. So in case you have an innovation, I can give you, Mackay University has a UNPOD, Innovation Hub, and they want people with ideas. They go and partner with Mackay University, and then they scale them up. And when you have any prototype, which really can address a challenge in the education system, it's about presenting this prototype, and people have a buy-in. Government must first buy in. Government must understand, issue we have with EdTech, sometimes the innovators really have very good ideas, but then the policymakers have failed to understand them. Someone can present a very great idea. But when people are going to fund, people are going to support, have not understood this idea. Sometimes these innovators are really too abstract to the policymakers, to government. Really, for instance, we used to have issues with our scholarship management. But we really looked for people who can help us, how can we just managing these systems. And people could come and present ideas, and really you say, no, it's not addressing our problem. So as innovators, you really need to be on ground. Normally I tell innovators that you don't need to create an innovation for the classroom you wish to exist, but you must create an innovation for the current classroom, the real problems. So you must be, as an innovator, you must know what are the real challenges now. And then you create an innovation, you create a solution. Honestly, government can't fail to find a solution which is addressing a critical problem. When you look at our EMIS, the Education Management Information System, see, it was something we are really grappling. No one could tell you where these learners escaped to. People would just say in P1 we enter a million, P7 is 80% are lost. No one knows where these people are. And still we have to come with that innovation. These are innovators who would provide such a solution. That, you know what, you can have a system where when a learner enters P1, is given a lien, learner in the identification number. And this lien will go up to university. I'm telling you, what is frustrating us, schools are failing to upload data of these learners. A school has 700 learners and they have only maybe 100 on the system. Then you have to extend deadlines, because people are failing to upload just this data. But such EMIS has come into a past issue of data, so that we can know that they have entered P1, this one has gone to TVET, this one has dropped out. You know, in Uganda, even just changing a school, they consider you a dropout. Because your school say, where is Peter? He has dropped out. Yes, sometimes Peter has gone to another school. So, but if you have this number, that whether you go to school X, it's still the same number. Whether you're progressing to secondary, it's the same number. Whether you're going to university, it's the same number. So, innovators, normally what you need to know is the government direction. Where is government going? What is the direction government pushing? Then innovating that line, I'm sure government can fund. And then sometimes when government does not fund, we have education partners. People share with us ideas, then we call for breakfast meetings with partners, and then partners also see this is government direction. Government is moving to this side. So make sure you align your innovations to the government direction. Then you can easily get government blessing, you can get government funding. And then issue of the curriculum. Like government sets standards. So you remember when you had issues of phones in schools, phones not in schools. So government was worried, how are you going to prevent these learners from accessing what they are not supposed to access? It was really a critical challenge. It looks very simple, but we say, do what? How will you manage? The issues of devices, the issues of electricity and the other power energy, it's really critical, because yes, you can take computers to schools, but if they don't have electricity, they will not use them. Eric mentioned the issue of the teacher. There are schools you visit, and the computer is still in the box. Still in the box, in the head teacher's office. So you really get shocked. So innovators, please just look out for government direction. Normally government will provide the policies, the standards, the regulations, and then the issue of quality assurance. So government, that is its part. Then innovators, please just think, critically think, innovate, but you must be answering the current challenges the system is facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Well articulated, Peter, and while still at that, Alan, so yeah, Peter has spoken about how these startups can collaborate with the government and get the relevant support. So on your end, during the support period for the fellows who will be onboarded maybe today, the 12 of them, and also that those who applied but did not make the cut, yeah, what is in it for them? What type of support will the successful ones get, and what support will the others who are maybe not ready also get?
So for the fellows that have made it, the 12 that are coming in the first cohort, number one, they'll get $70,000 US to kind of support with the growth of the platforms, whatever they are doing, the solutions that they're providing. We also have support from Carnegie Mellon University. These are the learning science gurus, like Dr. said. They'll be supporting the ventures to how do I call it? Yeah, to kind of improve their platforms. Already the ventures that we have platforms that have been doing a good job already, because they're already in schools and a number of places. But what we want CMU to support with is to make them inclusive. Yeah, for example, if I have learners with disabilities, are they able to use the same platform as a regular learner? So that is some of the stuff. We actually, this week we had what we call the learning science immersion, where they took the ventures, the ones that made it and maybe the ones that haven't made it, but for them to all understand what do we mean when we say learning science and inclusion. And then the other support that they will get is connection to other global, funders, or, just connection to other partners that could support them scale their ventures, even beyond what we're going to do with the foundation. The other support is, like Dan said, acceleration support and closing any gaps in their strategies, because we want them to go beyond where they've been, as well as leadership, like grow you as a whole business leader. How do you grow your own team internally? How make sure that you know how to actually market your business, because we want them to be scalable beyond when the foundation lives and ourselves as partners. Yeah, they need to continue to grow without us. Yeah, so that's some of the support that the fellows will get. The other, for the ones that won't make it, they've actually already made it, because they know already the detail of maybe why they haven't made it, yeah. And we are going out of our way to give them master classes on what the gaps were and how they can be closed. They'll also have access to see Carnegie Mellon University support to ensure that they ready the gaps that have been highlighted. Like Gilbert has mentioned, if you're in the Ugandan ecosystem and you want to thrive, you must be ready to pivot, because every other day is something new, yeah? And you need to be ready to pivot. But that doesn't mean that you'll change your business, because that's you had an intent where you started your business. So, but how can you make sure that for now you're able to, to move with the direction of the government, or, if we say learners with disabilities and you need to put a component where maybe learners can hear those that cannot hear, or see those that cannot see, how are you able to pivot to grow your venture? So we'll handhold them, yeah, and make sure that they're ready for the next cohort. The next cohort is actually around the corner, early next year. So it's just a few months, and you just need to just be ready. We'll support you all through. And Hive Colab is open, yeah? So feel free to come to any of us, and we're ready to support you. Thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you, Alan. Yeah, we've all heard of the support that will be offered to the ventures. So Alan, while still on you, there's a question that has come from the audience, and it's not because they care about the money more than the support, but they're just asking if you can clarify the amount. I think some people had, is it 20,000 or 70,000? It's 70,000 US dollars, not UGX, right? Yeah, so I think that's the amount. And the ventures that will be signed up are going to be with us for 3 years. So we'll give it out in year 1 to 3 to make sure that you also, sometimes money can kill, right? So it's like getting a baby and you're like, boom, you give them all this, maybe much money, and maybe
they were not ready, yeah? But we'll also support you to use that money well to scale your business very well, yes.
All right. Thank you, Eliud. Eliud has something to add?
I think just for the ecosystem, allow me first to de-emphasize the funding part of it. And why that is important is also how we're looking at it from the Mastercard Foundation side. What is critical and what is important as we do this program is the impact. You know, how are we, the support you're going to get to ensure that, okay, is everything all right?
Yeah, are we safe?
Are we safe? So I think the question is that, how is the support you're going to get? Because remember, there's a target of reaching new learners, and how do you grow to reach more learners across Uganda as it were. So it's really the impact, less around the funding is to facilitate that, but really what, as founders and entrepreneurs will be part of the program, I would nudge you to look at more around what is it that I need to do at an organization level to make sure that we reach the intended impact. So very important, because that's really what is critical, what is at stake here for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eliud, for the additions. And as our panelists have said, you have a whole ecosystem behind you. So as we say, there's no excuse for not pivoting and reaching the intended impact numbers and also the learners we intend to reach. So that brings me to the end of the Q&A fire session. So right now we'll welcome questions from you, the audience, and if you can scan that code, you can, and then you just type in your questions. Yeah, you can see some are already coming up, or you can from your browser go to slido.com and then just input that code, without the hash. So yeah, are there some that have come up? I can start reading. No. Yes. So, Ed, can I see from? All right. And you can add the name of the panelist you are asking, but I think the first one, Eliud, is for you. And the question is, how can innovators align with the Mastercard Foundation in regards to inclusion while ensuring profitability? For example, can a refugee afford a device? So I'll repeat, how can innovators align with Mastercard Foundation in regards to inclusion while ensuring profitability? For example, can a refugee afford a device?
And I think that's, thanks for the question, but that's really part of the process you're embarking on as you join the fellowship program. Throughout the program, through the support you'll get through the program, and the coaching, the mentoring, and the product work that you end up doing is all geared towards ensuring that you're not only designing for those who can actually access, but also designing for those who are actually not able to access and all that. So it's embedded within the program throughout the program. So it's different aspects through the program will support you in ensuring that your solution becomes inclusive and all that. And there'll be different opportunities that you can participate in. Perhaps Prof will talk about the test bed work that you end up doing to actually then test with actual learners and see how is your solution aligned to be a lot more inclusive. So there are different elements that will be done throughout the program. And the question around affordability and all that, and I'm glad you brought up, because it's not an area that, it's not a question that you're only grappling with here in Uganda. It's a question that we're hearing quite a lot across all the fellows in terms of how do we make sure that we have the right pricing model for ensuring that our solution is also accessible and all that. And that's really part and parcel of why you're part of this particular fellowship, you know. And often, again, I go back to the question, and you raise it around making sure that what problem are you actually trying to design? Less around first tackling it from an affordability perspective, but looking at it from what problem are you trying to actually address? I'll give you an example. We worked, and one example, and actually several there, worked with an EdTech company in Kenya, and I think one in Nigeria, and one of the things that ended up happening, particularly when this one for Kenya, they are currently present in about I think 6,000 schools, public schools in Kenya, and most of those who are actually paying for those particular solutions are from marginalized communities and all that. And part of it really was understanding on what problem are they actually solutioning for, and what is the right pricing structure within it. So once you are able to actually solution for all that, it becomes less around what, can they afford the device and all that. So I think it's a variability of all those different factors, yes.
Thank you, Eliud. I hope that is well answered. Next one will be for you, Peter. I told you they'll be firing the shots at you. So how can government support private school institutions in adopting EdTech integration? So to take that again, how can government support private school institutions in adopting EdTech integration?
Thank you for that question. Well, as people say, private schools, but we don't have private learners. So these are public. They are Ugandans in these private schools. But one, as I told you, we set the standard, and in many instances we have supported. Government has supported even private schools, because the spirit behind that, the learners in those schools are not private. And then the spirit is that this private school is complementing government efforts, because in reality education is a function of government. It should be the government to educate her citizens. So we support even private schools. We have built infrastructure. We have even when we are rolling out all these systems, they are not all government schools. And even many times you hear private schools complain that, yes, you are setting this standard so high for us, look at your schools, you have not reached that standard. And then we tell them that, no, it's okay. When you are an actor in this environment, ours set a standard. As we are struggling to raise to the standard, it's not a leeway for you also to go below standard. Because as you roll out in the environment to come and operate in the sector and support us, really we set standard, and we support even private schools, because those learners are not private. Thank you.
And you can tie it in just like a minute to this one. So how do you also support learners that are deep in the village that can't have access to phones, PCs to access education?
Thank you very much. It's one of the challenges we are grappling with as government. The issue of devices is quite a big challenge. I told the issue of the TELA, the Teacher Effectiveness and Learner Achievement System. When we wanted to roll it out, we had the issues of people not having the tabs. Like it's a system to monitor teacher effectiveness and the learner achievement. So normally when we present these proposals to partners, they can come in and support us, and we also reach out to these institutions. And recently, last year, we gave out some EdTech in some schools, but normally the demand is too huge. It's too huge, but we can advise for public-private partnerships, and then people raising this gap. And the issue is that rural electrification, because really sometimes with EdTech, when there is no electricity, you can do little. I tell you, really, there is a computer, but there is no electricity. So it will really become redundant in that school. I know schools, people are doing ICT in our curriculum. At A level, ICT is a subsidized subject. So some learners really, they have not touched the computer, has never touched the mouse. The teacher will just demonstrate that, you know, when you touch here, something will come like this. So really, it becomes complicated. But then that's when partners come in and support government efforts. But at least there is that commitment by government. Thank you.
Okay. I know again when they find you somewhere, they'll ask you the progress on the commitment. But yeah, thank you. I'll take 2 more questions. IT team, can you scroll up a bit? So, Alan, there's a question that was coming back to you again on the funding aspect. So someone is asking for clarification. Is the funding 70,000 USD for 3 years, or each year 70,000 to each venture?
The 70,000 US dollars is to support you in the 3 years. Yeah, so it's very clear like that, not every year, but throughout the whole period of your cycle with us during this time.
All right. Yeah, I know most of them had that same question, but yes, most of the other questions are again to Peter, but I feel like Peter is still in the room, so over the networking sessions, kindly get a hold of the panelists, and then you can have a thorough chat with them. So we are just winding up now, and I'll give our panelists at least 1 minute to give us their call to action. What do you want us to see? What do you want us to do different? And yeah, what is your call to action? Ladies first.
Awesome. So for me, my parting shots will be just to the ventures, those that are here and even those that are not here today, to say that the EdTech ecosystem in East Africa is projected to be at $26 billion by 2033. Please pivot or do whatever you can do to ensure that your solutions can tap into that opportunity. It's big, and I'm sure that you're your own competition. So how your solution is, and I'm sure they, like you saw, even through the application, even in the pitching, that you all had different solutions regardless of the ecosystem that we're playing in. So pivot, do whatever you want to do, come to us, you know, this is the first of its kind, and ensure that you can tap into the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you very much. One, I want to first thank Mastercard Foundation for this first of its kind, the fellowship. Then to the ventures who have won, congratulations, please. And then to those people who will not win, please, there is time to go and refine these innovations, so that in the next call, as she has said, you can compete and maybe be able to win. But that said, normally innovators, what you should know, that yes, technology can transform education, but what will transform our education system is those innovations that teachers and learners use every day. So make sure whatever you're innovating, the teachers and learners can use them every day. But if you bring an innovation which we are going to shelve, then it will not create big impact. And maybe, as you would say, that don't look at the money aspect, but look at the impact. Yeah, your contribution to transform education is quite key. No matter, we tell people that money follows ideas. So, but some instances people want to have the money before the idea, but really money follows ideas. So kind of refine your ideas and come out with prototypes and come out with ready products that can address the challenges in our education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
1 minute?
Your call to action, Eliud, or anything you'd like them to know.
So I'll say 2 things in broadly. One, design with inclusion in mind, designed with inclusion in mind, designed for the most marginalized, and we design for the most marginalized, we design for everyone. The second one is collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. As you work through the ecosystem, see who else can I work with? Who can I bring on board to support to make me move even further? And I like to do this usually in different forums. I hope it works here. How many innovators are in the room? How many innovators are in the room? If you could all just stand up, you know. All the innovators in the room, you know. So, for those who are not innovators, I want you to take a look, everyone around the room, you know, and make sure that before the end of today, you've approached them and you ask them one question: how can I be part of your story? All right? And my call to action to all of us, among the innovators, is like, how can I be part of your story? And also among those who are not innovators, in terms of how can I support you? That's really where collaboration starts. Thank you so much. You can sit.
Thank you. Thank you. I happen to be a lecturer just like doctor, and in my classes, whenever I ask a question about what is that can sustain a business, and that is an objective question, students are quick to circle the funding bit or the mentorship, and usually the answer is paying customers. So dear founders, I have been mentioning the fact that you shouldn't fall so much in love with the solution, but rather get so much obsessed with that person you have innovated for, who is going to, at the end of the day, pay for that solution. That is one. Two, the funding that you're getting, which is close to about 270 million Ugandan shillings, is for 3 years, so approximate about 80 million per year. It's not so much money. I've lived for a decade in this ecosystem plus, and I've seen what it means when you get funding. So kindly stay humble. Stay humble. It is easy to see that so much and you feel you're the top of the world because of that small funding. And you forget the ecosystem that is meant to support you and sustain you after the 3 years of the 70,000 USD. So stay humble. Then lastly, to our funders, I would encourage that we look at funding the messy middle. And what I mean by the messy middle are the innovators who most likely may not meet your ambitious numbers in terms of your target. The innovators who are in this room, and they may not meet those numbers, but actually their solution is that solution is going to live after the 3 years. So we may need to strike the balance between an innovator who is going to get through those numbers in the 3 years, but the solution dies after. And then there is that innovator who is struggling with a solution, but this solution is going to stay for decades after the funding. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, loud and clear, Gilbert. So don't get bodyguards, don't buy GLEs. All right, thank you.
I think mine is just to say congratulations for all the work that you have all put in so far already. Regardless of what the outcome for everybody at the end of the day, we know that innovations come from a need, and you have chosen to understand the needs of your community as they relate to education, and you want to innovate for that. So I hope in the end you all feel empowered by the connections you have made here, and continue to, as Ellie would say, collaborate and work together to address those challenges. So just congratulations on what you've accomplished so far.
Awesome, we can do better. Let's appreciate our audience. Oh, sorry, the panelists first, and then now the audience. Appreciate yourself for being great listeners and for the interactive session. So thank you so much, panelists. Teddy, are we having a group photo, or we can just leave the stage? Thank you.
An excellent and necessary conversation. I think I should iterate to the founders, please, no extra wives, no extra husbands, side pieces, etc. That's the wrong investment, please. Yeah? We took great lengths into structuring the program in such a way that you receive the funds in a trackable way to make sure you're spending it on the right things so that you can grow your startups. So very, 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 very careful. Which means, if any of you sends out wedding invitations, please make sure to justify the funds. What a rich and important conversation. Thank you, Elizabeth, and to our 5 panelists, Mr. Muzamil, Mr. Buregiera, and Dr. Tutolini, and Mr. Chimweno, and Ms. Allen. Thank you all for the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an excellent, excellent discussion for us. So now we move to 2 simultaneous sessions. Members of the media, partners, and government representatives, and Ms. Barbara, please follow the Hive Colab team wearing staff tags to the press briefing area just outside here. All other guests, we are warmly inviting you to remain for an interactive ecosystem discussion right here in this room, right before we head for lunch. And to head that discussion, I would like to call back up to the stage Alan, Elizabeth, and Donna to carry out this interactive discussion amongst ourselves. I think this is an opportunity for all of you to participate in the discourse that has been happening on stage. I know all of you have amazing ideas, and these 3 ladies have excellent questions targeted at helping all of us think creatively and innovatively about the challenges of EdTech in the country. Elizabeth, Donna.
Yeah, thank you so much, Teddy. So can we rise as the tech team gives us the questions? Yeah, we've been sitting for quite some time. So we only have like 20 minutes for this activity. And Donna, these are called columns or rows. It depends with your English teacher.
Yes, so these are columns.
All right, awesome. So we are going to have 3 categories. So on this side, we are going to have the founders, the entrepreneurs, the innovators. Yeah, so we will be moving you around so you get out of your comfort zone. So I want to see the innovators moving to this side.
Right.
Yeah, to the right. Thank you, Donna. All right, we know you. This side. Yeah, most of them are sitting on this side. They want to retain their... It's okay. So, Donna?
Then the next row?
The next row should be for ESOs, so enterprise support organizations, investors, impact development partners. Tech team, you've lost us. Yeah, so innovators, here the innovation hubs, accelerators, investors.
Mentors.
Mentors, yes, thank you, Donna. Mentors on this side. You should actually be picking seats because you're going to have a discussion. And then finally, on this side, we have the public sector. So government, school heads, regulators, policy, and anyone who was not in the initial 2 categories, you can join the government on this side. You want to take them through the questions? They should, they're there.
Okay. As you settle down, kindly grab a pen and a piece of paper. So for the entrepreneurs, we're going to have our question, and this is what we are going to be answering. what does scaling in Uganda's EdTech ecosystem really look like from your perspective, and what needs to change to make it viable? So that's for the innovators. Everybody on the right, the last row. That is what you need to answer. Let me repeat the question. Oh, the question's actually up there. So that's for the entrepreneurs. And then for the ESOs, that is the tech hubs, the accelerators, developers, development partners, sorry. How can support for the EdTech evolve, and what new funding or partnership models should be built to achieve the intended impact? So that is it. Roto. And then we have very few people here, so who can join in here? Anyone in policy, as long as you're dealing with policy, please join here, join the third row. Anyone in public sector, policy, administrators of schools, the leaders, please join on this row. So your question is, how is the system currently enabling EdTech innovations, adoption, and where should it shift? What more support can founders tap on? So it's this row. Ivan, please don't confuse them. It's this row. This is where we are having all the public sector. This row. So you could join the different roundtables. Rachel is seated alone. Can you join in? Join in the different policymakers. Rachel, you could join here, the first table here. I help you move the chair. Okay.
So, each table, you will choose someone who will represent you there and, talk about what you discussed. So discuss, you only have 10 minutes and 3 minutes there to present. So 1 minute to present actually for each one. Yeah, then we can go.
And anybody who would love to use the washrooms for now, for this 1 hour, kindly use these other exits to the washrooms. We are currently having interviews just right outside the hall, so we don't want any interruptions on the other side. So kindly use these other exits. There are 2 doors on the left-hand side, and they lead to different washrooms on the exit. Thank you.
Yeah, so ensure everyone's voice is heard and don't overthink it as well.
And remember, we're adults, so every answer is right.
2 minutes to wind up. Yeah, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. The investors need more time.
Investors, you have more money for us.
One minute. All right, our time is up, and Donna will lead us through the next session. So ensure you have a representative who will represent your views. Okay, so let us hear from the innovators. If we could start from this table, who is the rep? Kindly give us your views from this table. In only 2 minutes, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to give views that were expressed from this table. My name is Robert. So quick one, these are not my views. It came from all the people you see here. So please, that's a disclaimer for me. There is a thinking that our policies on education need to be evidence-based, meaning that we should design our policies based on what we see on ground, what our students experience in classroom every day. As Uganda, not necessarily, before even we do benchmarking is very important, but we need to understand what's happening in the classroom. And then secondly, educators and innovators are finding a challenge with dealing with different education stakeholders.
Yeah, kindly let's give him attention, yeah, so that he's representing the views of the ventures. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is an issue of mindset change that innovators are really facing on ground. You go to a school and when you talk about technology, a teacher is already changes the face on you with assumption that you're going actually to take away their job, not necessarily knowing that you're going there to provide them with a tool. So that should be a real action point that needs to be done on how to change the mindset of teachers, head of schools, and especially all institutions that involved in education, including the Ministry of Education that was here today. Then infrastructure needs to be developed. We all know that for education to survive, we need electricity, smartphones, you know, that not really very accessible at the moment across the country. And then, of course, internet, really very important. If you're integrating models like AI, needs to be online. Offline versions are really very tough to integrate into, you know, offline models. SMS learning can be so tough to assess models in the AI. So those are the kind of things that needs to be improved if edutech is to scale. Then there's an aspect of sustainability. After here, probably 2-3 years, Mastercard will pull away. I'm assuming so, and much of the solutions here are very inclusive. What will then happen to those communities that have been able to benefit from these solutions? So there should be an aspect of sustainability, meaning that more collaborations and more strengthening of the business model with also innovators themselves. Then a framework for assessing learning outcomes is very important. We're talking about learning science here. We know that challenges that we currently have, even I think with the current CBC curriculum, needs to be, there are no clear frameworks on assess these models. And the same case with even most educative solutions, data analysis and understanding learning different outcomes is very important. Then of course, teacher training is very integral. Empower teachers to use this as a tool rather than them thinking that innovators are there to kill their jobs. And of course, the entire integration of learning science to the curriculum and to innovators. Those are the views of this table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just a correction, this is the Mastercard Foundation and not just Mastercard. So as you speak, just always remember, you would rather refer to it as the foundation. This table, in 2 minutes, please.
Well, thank you very much. Speaking to you is Dennis Sugisha from the EdTech Teachers Network. Like we've discussed, we realize that scaling is not just growth in Uganda, but it goes deep in use, how the item is to be utilized and how it is supposed to be maintained across. So in the current reality across the country, there's first of all ISPs promoting internet, but still affordability is not to all schools. So the other reality is that whereas the products are to be utilized by the teachers and the learners, most of the teachers don't have the digital competence to really implement. The other reality prevailing in the country is that schools and maybe learners cannot even afford some of the products without financing support of different partners. So as the strategy on what should be improved in our discussion, first we are to promote leveraging offline. So whatever products that you are to make, first of all, consider offline utilization as the first priority. In case where you want to utilize or factor in internet, then maybe internet can help in syncing to have the data fetched over time, but priority is offline. The second is to give pedagogical consistent support to the teachers. In most cases, under pilots, there is only the TOTs given to teachers, and after that, there is no sustainable, consistent engagement with the teachers. So as a way forward, the teachers should be continuously engaged and supported while the product is being implemented. And last but not least, when it comes to the procurement, the schools should at least consider having a budget to sustain, let's say, internet. Once maybe the founders have come up and installed internet, there should be continuous encouragement to the schools to at least designate some funds to either maintain the devices or at least subscribe to the internet to help sustain. So that's the discussion we had. Thank you. I will submit as a team.
Thank you very much. Well done. Elizabeth, do you want us to first listen in from two groups from your side and then we continue this side? Okay. Oh, all right. People?
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Lazia Ainembabas, and a submission about the question that we had is Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship should look into partnering with different computer or tech hubs in underserved communities to empower the people who have no access to gadgets in those communities and enable them to participate or have the digital skills at a low cost. Yeah, and then we also spoke about making offline-based applications accessible to underserved communities. So that is empowering people who have offline-based applications to have them uploaded on different platforms where they can download them and or use them offline. That's to solve the internet issue. And then what happens if I didn't have electricity when this was happening online? Yeah, and we also talked about empowering people who are into digital skilling for the young people, because that's where the power is right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we'll wind up, we'll listen to the investors and then the policy group, and then, yeah, okay. In 1 minute, Barry.
Yes, our question had two parts to it. One side was looking at evolving support, and the other side was looking at new funding and partnerships setups. So the evolving support, we think that segmenting support would be good instead of just looking at everything, one size fits all. We believe that in dealing with the EdTech, you must be able to think of the learning environment is different from content. It's basically might be different from the delivery channels. That said, then we may have to think about how do we support just one item at a go. That means we'll have to look at it long term. And long term, then we should be able to have tangible results attributed to just one goal or two. You don't have to have 10 all convoluted into one way of supporting. Because right now, a lot of times when you're looking at EdTech, we want everything into the mix. But we could separate that and have it linear over a period of time. We also thought that the sector has issues around choices that users have to make between data, between access, USD, smartphones, and the devices. So how do we support that to encourage uptake? And then I'll just finish it off by looking at the aspect of what new mechanism support can we do. We think government can do more, both as an investor and also as an off-taker, given the schools run within the government system. And we think we can also build more collaborations. We're not the first doing EdTech now. There must have been, there's a history of other EdTechs. Those that fell out, those that continued, what has been the story? And can we connect to other EdTechs across the world coming together? And so acceleration support, we think there's room for how we fund and how we build that beyond just the acceleration within the incubation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Finally, we get to hear from the government or public sector.
Hi everyone, my name is Rachel Athieno from Startup Uganda. I coordinate the secretariat. Now, on my table we have people from schools, academia, and government, and we had to subdivide our answers because we needed to speak to the different, or the two categories of stakeholders. So one question was, how is the system currently enabling EdTech innovations adoption, and where should it shift? And two was, what more support can funders tap on? So the system, which is now government, which we assumed the question was directed to, is that there is a current campaign, or they are currently giving out or providing gadgets to schools. Those include computers, smartphones for the teachers, and projector screens. And that's to enable the teachers or whoever is speaking or directly engaging with the learners to, they're encouraging adoption for tech. And then two is that there is a current campaign still on the regulatory environment or policy and infrastructure environment for EdTech and innovations in government. There's been quite a number of policies that have been passed so that there's adoption. And then third, it's around curriculum emphasis and project-based learning. I'm sure that you're aware that the curriculum has recently changed, where the government is encouraging ICT integration in learning. There's been an encouragement to build technology labs, solar integration, and etc. And then, but then there's also a challenge for misuse, because the government has provided, but then some of these gadgets or infrastructure has been misused, or they've stolen it. So that's a challenge that I think comes back to the communities and the teachers. And then lastly, how can funders tap on it? There's an urge for founders to adopt inclusive models and not leave anyone behind, and also to solve for the actual communities, because many of them have innovations that don't speak to the normal Ugandan children. And then lastly, they've been urged to look at solutions that are going to engage younger people, the biggest population that we have right now, especially Gen Zs. And then one of the key challenges that has come out as well is improving the quality of human resource and also teacher trainings, because they are the ones that are going to speak or even encourage the adoption of EdTech. Thank you.
Thank you so much from the public sector. It's good to have those very brilliant ideas. We hope we can continue seeing the EdTech ecosystem improve. Right about now, I would like to thank everyone for the good participation and collaboration this afternoon. So we are going to go for lunch. We are going to break for lunch. And the restaurant is right downstairs. So you will have to get out through, you have to exit through the doors on the left, and then you will go back round to the restaurant. I guess we all know where the restaurant is. It's right below this building, so on the ground floor. Yeah, ground floor. So kindly exit through the left doors, the doors on the left, and then you go to the ground floor. That is where the restaurant is. We are going to come back here at exactly 2 o'clock.
So exactly 2 o'clock, we shall be resuming with our next session. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch. I hope we had a good lunch. Let's take our seats for the next session. And for those outside, please come in. Come in and we move to the next session because we need to keep time.
Well, we actually need to reclaim time because looks like everybody enjoyed their lunch. And hopefully we will keep up the energy from this morning, make sure no one goes to sleep digesting amazing food that you've just had. Who needs a shot of espresso to stay awake? Anybody? Yeah? You need some? So make sure it's Ugandan, right? Make sure it's Ugandan beans. They'll wake you right up. Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session is about to begin. We're just waiting for a few more people to come in so that you don't miss the major announcements that are about to happen, and some of those that need to be in the audience need to make their way into the room before we proceed. Please allow us a few minutes. We'll try to move as quickly as possible. We are currently sitting at about 15 minutes behind schedule, so we're going to try to catch up on time as we proceed through the afternoon. So hopefully all individuals that are going to participate in this afternoon session are in the hall. We can go ahead.
We need to have all our innovators in. All our innovators in. Okay, so I guess everyone is settled, and I guess you all had a good lunch, because then this afternoon session is going to be very, very, very interesting. I think this is one of the sessions that we've all been waiting for. And just after a rigorous and highly competitive selection process, we are proud to present the 12 EdTech ventures that make up the first cohort of the Mastercard EdTech Foundation Fellowship in Uganda, the inaugural class of 2026. To lead this unveiling, please welcome back on stage Ms. Barbara Birungi Mutabazi.
The moment has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. The moment has gone, ladies and gentlemen. The moment has come back, ladies and gentlemen.
Over the past weeks and months, we have engaged with innovators across Uganda who are working to solve some of the most pressing challenges in education. We have seen creativity, resilience, and a deep commitment to improving learning outcomes. The selection process was highly competitive. We reviewed applications from across the country, each one reflecting the growing strength of Uganda's education system. Today, we are proud to introduce the first cohort of the Mastercard EdTech Fellowship. These are startups who are building solutions that are addressing real gaps, quality, and relevance in our education system. They are building tools for teachers, expanding opportunities for learners, and creating new pathways for skills development. To our fellows, congratulations. You have been selected because of your potential, your vision, and your commitment to impact. This fellowship is not only an opportunity for you, but it is also a responsibility. The responsibility to build solutions that truly serve learners and educators across the country. Over the next 3 years, you will receive support through mentorship, technical assistance, access to networks, and of course, funding that will help you scale your work. We believe in what you're building, truly. We believe in your ability to shape the future of education in Uganda. To our partners and ecosystem partners in the room, I invite you to engage with these founders, support them, collaborate with them, and invest in them. Now, it is my honor to unveil the 2026 Cohort 1 of the Mastercard EdTech Fellowship. And please join me in welcoming them as I read them one by one. In no particular order, number 1, Shule TV, Shule.tv. They have a digital learning and exam preparation startup. Shule provides curriculum-aligned video lessons to primary and secondary school learners in Uganda through mobile apps, TV broadcasts, and online access. Number 2, YEA Engineering Solutions. YEA offers online and low-tech education. YEA delivers structured skills-based education to out-of-school youth, refugees, rural learners from across Uganda and sub-Saharan Africa through radio, USSD, SMS, and AI-powered voice air learning. Number 3, Marifa Sasa Limited. Right. Vocational skills and digital workforce development. Marifa Sasa trains underserved African learners in high-demand digital skills, including web development, data science, and workforce automation. Welcome. Number 4, Virtual Assistance Initiative Limited, VSite, which provides assistive technology for learners with visual impairment. Visual assistance provides visually impaired learners with no-resource schools with blind assistant reading kit, which is solar-powered, and a portable device combining offline audio learning software and tactile materials.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Number 5, Wokobe Education Foundation Limited.
Yes.
Hands-on science and technology learning.
All the way from northern Uganda, ladies and gentlemen.
Wokobe offers hands-on STEM lessons to students in under-resourced Ugandan schools. Number 6, Tambula EdTech concepts.
Yes.
Classroom assessment and game-based learning. Tambula provides teachers in large resource-constrained classrooms with game-based quiz and assessment platform delivered through purpose-built offline handheld devices with no smartphone need.
Yeah.
Number 6, Ani Scholar Career Hub.
Yes.
Youth employment readiness and career development. Ani Scholar connects students and recent graduates in Uganda with expert coaching, career content, boot camps, and structured internship placements through a digital platform linked to employer and university partners. Number 8. Mindset coders. Robotics and technology careers for young learners. Mindset coders serve students in schools where STEM is taught too late, too theoretical, and without hands-on experience that builds real problem solutions. Number 9. Hive Colab.
Yes, let's go.
Which provides interactive STEM content and teacher support. Hive Colab delivers offline fast animated STEM lessons, stimulators, and gamified AI quiz platform to learners in Ugandan schools that lack laboratories and reliable electricity. Number 10, we're getting close to finalists. Yaka Digital Network, which is a mobile learning and curriculum content startup that provides curriculum-aligned lessons, revised materials, and gamified learning content to in-school and out-of-school learners through mobile-first, low-data platform accessible on basic phones. Number 10, STEM Genius.
Yes.
Which offers interactive STEM learning and robotics. They provide learners in Ugandan schools with interactive platform that uses stimulations, gamified lessons, and hands-on robotics to make mathematics and science visual and practical and engaging. And finally, number 12.
Yes.
Malmat or Kate D app. Malmat Kate D app, which provides early childhood learning and display and digital play. Malmat provides early primary school learners in Uganda with interactive games, quizzes, flashcards, and competency-based assessments through its platform. Now, while these are the 12, we had about 17 businesses or ventures that we really felt deserved a spotlight onto the cohort. However, we were limited. So not being part of these 12 does not mean we do not see what you're building. We see it, that's why you made it to the finals. There were just a few gaps that we realized in what you're building, and we would love to work with you. Adrian in the morning talked about us being available for you throughout this year, so that by the time we open up cohort 2, you have closed those gaps and we can invite you to apply into cohort 2. So this is not the end, and that's why we brought you here today, because we wanted you to hear this. So while you're not in the first cohort, please do not feel like you are not good enough. You are good enough. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, how can you just be seated there? Please arise. This, your first cohort that is going to revolutionize education, inclusivity, design of education curriculum in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, the innovators. So, if you are allowed, kindly step forward a little bit. We're going to do some photographs. Do you guys have a wide lens, or do you want them stacked? That's enough? Yeah. Eliud, if you kindly join us. And as the photos are getting documented, let me go down here. We're going to have a special message from Mastercard Foundation. Our partner, Warwick Owaita, has a message for all the finalists.
Well done, congratulations.
Congratulations to all of the founders. As they say, more money, more problems, and your problems just began right now. Anybody know sign language? Or read lips? This could help. Inclusion? Captions, ladies and gentlemen. Kongs.
Okay, can we do it again? Okay, can we start now? When did we, can I have my laptop back then?
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a few minutes. So we have discovered what the issue is. Looks like the technical equipment also went to lunch. and has delayed coming back. We're going to give it a few more seconds to see if we can rescue the video, because this message is extremely important for the founders, from our principal partner in this endeavor. We would be remiss not to have you listen directly from the source. So if you will allow just a few minutes, we try to fix the audio issues. These technical glitches do happen.
Building solution.
Yep, looks like we're good. So can we get a restart, a clean restart, and make sure the message is audible? How many of the tech founders have never had a technical glitch as they're delivering their product? Never? All of you are perfect. You guys are lying. We can already tell. All your hands should be up.
Strategy with the goal. From the Mastercard Foundation Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning. Congratulations and welcome to the 2026 cohort of the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship. This is not just a milestone. It is a signal that you are building solution Africa needs now. This year, you join a growing community of 236 fellows across the continent, founders, builders, and problem solvers who are reimagining how young people learn, transition, and access opportunity. At the Mastercard Foundation, we are proud to be on this journey with you because at our core, we are guided by a simple, powerful vision. A world where everyone can learn and prosper. That belief has shaped our work in Africa for over a decade and continues to drive our Young Africa Work strategy with the goal of enabling 30 million young people to access dignified and fulfilling work by the year 2030. This can only be possible when innovators like you build solutions accelerated by technology, a powerful catalyst for the democratization of education, breaking down barriers of geography, cost, and infrastructure to make learning accessible to millions who have been historically excluded. And that is the promise and responsibility of EdTech. To expand access beyond urban centers, to reach learners in rural and underserved communities, to support young people in refugee settlements, and to create inclusive learning experiences for learners with disabilities. At its best, EdTech does not just digitize education, it redistributes opportunity. And that's where the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship comes in. The fellowship sits at the intersection of three powerful forces: education system transformation, inclusive solutions which are technology enabled, and sustainability of Africa's EdTech entrepreneurship. Now, let's be honest. This work is not easy. Building EdTech requires resilience, patience, and partnership. Our hope is that you don't walk this journey alone, but that's why you will learn from each other, challenge each other, grow together, and know that what you are part of is
bigger than one startup. You are not just building products. You are helping shape systems. You are part of a continental movement reimagining education in Africa. Once again, congratulations on being selected. We are excited for you and what you will gain. Even more excited for the impact you will create. I look forward to meeting you all in person soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, cohort 1 of the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship Uganda is about to now sign their commitments, and we invite the 12 fellows to formally sign right over here. Program Director Alan is sitting there waiting for your signature to officially begin the work. I will read the names here. If you can individually, or whoever the representative is that is going to actually sign on the dotted line, can come up and sign. We'll go through these very quickly. Shule.tv, if you could come up and sign. Coming up next, YIA Engineering Solutions. Marifa Sasa. Founders, as you are signing, this is a commitment for you to lead, a commitment to deliver on innovation that is going to set the stage for the next 3 years, actually the next 5 years of innovation in EdTech in Uganda. This sets the ground floor on how we develop going forward, how many we will impact in the future. The work that you do during this cohort will define EdTech in Uganda. Nearly 1 million learners will benefit from the work that you are going to be doing, along with the other 2 cohorts that will join you. And we hope that we definitely expect that there will be a knock-on effect on the improvement of all EdTech across the country. Next up, Visual Assistance Initiative, VSITE. And if Walker Education Foundation could also join them. I can't tell whether they are more nervous before signing or more nervous after signing. If there's no nervousness, then I'm worried. Tumblr EdTech Concepts, if you could come up, followed by Annie Scholar Career Hub. Mindset Coders, kindly be ready. And how should I just get ready to come up as well? Yaka Digital, if you could join the signing. And we will end with STEM Genius and Mohamed to sign. And in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, you will have officially signed the 12 initial founders in the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship Uganda. Hi Shule, I just want to make sure that you came up. Okay, all done. All right. I believe that's all that have signed. Alan? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, Cohort 1 of the Mastercard EdTech Foundation Fellowship Uganda signed, committed, and ready to change the face of education in this country. A round of applause for an amazing journey that we have gone through and have finally selected the final 12 who are going to do amazing work in the EdTech space and also set the standard for EdTech innovation in the country. We'd like to thank once again our partners in this initiative. A round of applause for Mastercard Foundation and all of our partners that have joined us in this journey. Barbara, would you have a moment, please? I'm sure you have a few things to say to our innovators as well as our partners.
Yes, indeed I do. So as we come to the close of the day, I just want to take this moment to thank each and every one of you that started on this journey with us back in November when we put out the call for applications, for taking the time to fill out that application, for listening to us when we came to you for due diligence. I know we asked for a lot of things, for asking you to pitch, for the training that we provided right before this moment, and for the moments that we are going to share very closely together this whole year. We started this morning with a shared vision of transforming education through innovation. Throughout the day, we have seen what the vision looks like in practice, from the insights on the EdTech ecosystem, the baseline, the unveiling of the accelerator of the fellowship, to the introduction of our first cohort. To our fellows, today is just the beginning. You're building solutions that have the potential to shape how learning happens in Uganda. This program would not be possible without you guys. Like, it doesn't exist without the fellows, so we're very excited to work with you over the next coming months. We are committed to walking this journey with you, providing support, network, access, resources, whatever it is that you need to get to unlocking that next level. We are willing and committed to walking this journey with you. And what we ask of you is that you have the same level of commitment or even higher than us. To the Mastercard Foundation, Carnegie Mellon University, all our government partners, thank you for your guidance, for creating an enabling environment for innovation in education in Uganda. To our ecosystem partners, our mentors, I would like to recognize our mentors. Could you please stand up? This is a team of experts that we have worked with, and there will be many more. This is just part of the people that you're going to work with. So thank you so much, mentors. Your role is critical. Innovation thrives when it is supported by strong collaboration, and so we look forward to closely working with all of you over the next 3 years. Today also reinforces an important point that innovation is not just about technology. It is about solving real problems, real challenges that matter to those that we are solving them for. It is about reaching that learner in a rural school, the teacher in an underserved resourced classroom, and the young person looking for an opportunity. As we move forward, our focus remains very clear. We want to see solutions that improve learning outcomes, expanding access, and creating opportunities for young people. I encourage all of you to stay engaged beyond today, especially to the ones that were not announced here today. Let us continue these conversations, build partnerships, and support the innovators who are shaping the future of education. Once again, thank you so much for your time, your contributions, and your commitment. I wish you all a safe evening and look forward to what we can achieve.
To everyone who contributed to this effort, thank you.
this journey alone. But that's why you will learn from each other, encourage each other, grow together, and know that what you are part of is bigger than one startup. We are helping shape systems. We are part of a continental movement reimagining education in Africa. Once
I've been praying all this season, building my faith up and strength, moving from grace to grace, from height to height, spreading His word out in hope. I'll be doing this for a while, trusting the plan for my life, 'cause where I'm from, no rest, and goodbye still covers me. Yeah, they said I was nothing and broken, but He put songs in my eyes, fire in my bones, Holy Ghost running in my head.
I was chasing after things that never satisfied, building up my kingdom, empty walls inside. But You showed me treasures rest could never claim. Now my hope is anchored in Jesus' name. When I was lost, You made a way, turned my night into Your day. And so it goes, Your love keeps flowing, river of grace that keeps me going, through every high and every low, You never change, and so